Hello and
everyone.
welcome to the WR Masters event. Today round 2, and I'm here with lovely Yasser Syroran.
I was going to say the same thing about you, lovely Lizzie. Nice to be with you, Lizzie. We had a lot of fun yesterday.
Yes.
And we're going to conspire to do the same thing today as we bring you round 2 of the WR chess, and we've got some fantastic pairings. Lizzie, let's go through them.
We have Anish Giri again with the white pieces against Wesley. So Wesley is on +1, and Anish yesterday didn't manage to win a game which was close.
So close.
But not close enough.
Right, so that will be a big pairing.
Then we have Nodirbek, who must be very fresh because he had a short game against Esipenko, who must be a little bit, more of...
I would say exhausted. I mean, he had a marathon game in round 1. He did win, though. When you have a marathon game which ends in a draw, then you feel incredibly tired. When you have a marathon game that ends in a victory for yourself, the elation carries you. Okay,
That's true,
so this will be a big game as well. And the third game.
Then we have Vincent Keymer against Aronian. So Vincent is today white, and Aronian yesterday won actually a quite amazing game against the young Indian prodigy Pragg.
Yep.
We have Duda against Nepomniachtchi, and we have the Indian pairing today, Gukesh against Praggnanandhaa.
Yes, and each and every one of those pairings promises a great battle, and we'll look forward to them as the play is just getting underway as you take a look at the pairings once more. We have 2 players at +2, tied for first, and like you said yesterday, we kind of expected even more. Even though we had a 40% victory rate, it was really close that Anish was going to be a 60, and at a certain moment it looked almost like it might be 80%. It was a whitewash as the players with the black pieces were really suffering. It seemed they started on the back foot and they stayed that way. By the way, it was as we were coming on the broadcast, we were talking about a big miss by challenger Nepo. He had an opportunity yesterday in the opening. This Benko, take a look at the game I'm talking about. Knight takes f6 and queen d5, and Nepo was the first one to chide himself and say it to you, like, ugh.
Yes, he yesterday mentioned that it was easy for him to get the huge advantage. His arrow was the move b3.
Yep.
And we actually mentioned at this moment that actually b3 makes sense to get the bishop to b2.
Right.
But instead of that, he could take on f6, play queen d5, collects the pawn on c5, and just would say, here we go. Your Benko system didn't go the way it should have.
Yeah, very, very big misses. We see the players in the playing hall getting seated. Do we know who's making the opening ceremonial first move? I know it was Vadim yesterday.
There is someone next to Vincent, but nobody did it, right? Because they are starting already the game.
Yes, I see that. And as usual, Levon comes in his fashionable shirt.
I was wondering whether these are watermelons on his shirt, because I had some kind of reddish kind of shape like fruits, but I couldn't get close enough.
Our viewers will need proof. It looks like a start with the English in the game of Vincent with c4 and e6. So that's an interesting... it's one of those very strange things that happens, that fashion changes, and suddenly, the Berlin became everybody's go-to defense, and at a certain moment it was the Najdorf that became everybody's go-to defense. Now the Russian defense, if I can say it like that. Americans call it the Petrov defense. The Petrov defense has become popular once again.
Well, yes. But lately, actually, like also c4 in the past 10 moves, I would say c4 was kind of opening move, which is a bit more flexible and especially also directed against the Grünfeld
For me,
system.
I'm sorry to say, I'm not getting updates on my games yet at the moment. Probably I have the wrong link on my board, as we just need to get updated.
Yes, there are no moves coming in yet.
Unfortunately, I'm also not able to
To
to move them. I can see what opening the players have played, but I can't actually put it on my board. So we actually are having a awkward
Yes,
moment.
we will try to inform our great technicians to solve the issues. And
Yes.
meanwhile, actually, what are your expectations of results today? If you can guess how
Really,
much results we will have.
I'm terrible in those types of things. I'm pretty decent in terms of guessing the winner. How they get there is a completely different question. I had not guessed that Anish would win the Vaikanze tournament, but it was a very popular victor as for sure. Sorry, I just need help. Andrey?
I already informed the staff
Okay,
that we
because
have a technical problem.
I see. Okay, so they're working on it. I can't make any moves myself. How about yourself? What's your predictions for today's round?
Okay, I have to, of course, check the pairings.
Well,
So I would say there is going to be a result.
mm-hmm.
Now I have to look
Da,
a
da, da,
little
da,
bit
da, da,
like
da.
a gypsy
Drum
into
roll.
the future.
Yes.
I would say there's a result between Nodirbek and Esipenko. That's my feeling.
Okay.
And there might be a result between the Indian pairing as well.
hmm One of the things that a lot of people don't realize is that when top players, whether they be from America, Russia, India, China, they play abroad, they tend to want to beat each other. I always find that very amusing. And still no updates.
Yes, but it will be hopefully fixed. At least now we are a little bit used to some technical problems.
Yes,
but
indeed.
I think today
We have no updates at the moment.
will be
Yeah, that's the problem. I can't.
you
I can't
even-
input the move either. If I could input the move, it's okay. But sorry, apologies. When you're doing commentary, by the way, it's really important. I've discovered that you be able to make the moves.
That's true.
It's just one
Especially
of
when
those
you're
things.
analyzing
that,
the
yeah,
lines.
Yeah, it just kind of really is helpful. Blindfold, it's awkward from the audience, on the commentators.
That's true. But what was actually like your most, let's say, weird experience during commentary? Do you have such an
Oh my
experience?
gosh, I have so many. I told you yesterday about the one with Vasil Ivanchuk, where any good grandmaster would see it in an instant. One of my favorite stories, actually, was from 2006. I was in the Olympiad in Torino. And I was working for ChessBase as they were broadcasting from Torino, and it was really an amazing event. The real problem with the Olympiad is it's so awesomely big. There's
Yes.
hundreds and hundreds of games to look at. Every result is important. Everywhere you go, there's
It was
a story. Huge sports hall,
complex, right?
everything. And it's almost a miracle. I don't even know how it happened, but I clicked on a game, a match between Belarus and France. And the crazy part was that I clicked on the game between Anna Sharovich and the lady from France. Help me a moment.
The lady from France,
It's
Almira Skripchenko.
Elmira.
It's
so
her
I-
birthday today.
Oh, big shout out. Happy birthday, Elmira. So I actually clicked on their game and I was analyzing it. And almost exactly in that moment, they both walked in. Like,
Not bad.
what? There was a draw. So they came in and I said, well, ladies, I was just looking at your game. Please sit down. Tell me what happened. And they started commentating, but then I was in front of the computer, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So they get closer and closer and closer and closer, and then finally they both just sat on me. They just sat on my lap, and they were taking over my computer, and they were moving the pieces and telling each other what they should do. And I was looking at the camera, and I was behind both of the ladies, and I shouted at the camera, ChessBase is not paying me enough for this. It was a great moment.
ChessBase was, but actually, maybe you should pay them for this opportunity.
Shh, don't give them such ideas. They'll take it very seriously, I can tell
Especially,
you.
who was it? Was Amira
And Anna Sharovich.
Well, you had two very,
Very
attractive, beautiful ladies in this room.
Taking over my computer, over my lap. It was
Yes.
great. It was great. Again, we're just waiting for updates on my board. Not to worry. We will be covering the game shortly. In the meanwhile, how about yourself?
I never
funny
had
anything,
any funny commentary
like that,
events,
yeah?
actually, because, okay, I'm not doing this on a regular base, but I don't remember that ever something extraordinary
Right.
happened.
Great moment of pride for me, if you don't mind me telling a story where I kind of tap myself on the back. In those days, it was quite a sensation to have audio streaming of tournaments. And people now wanted to go to the next level, which was video streaming. It was the 2006 World Championship. It was a double round robin in San Luis, Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
And ChessBase, once again, had hired me to do the commentary for this World Championship. And again, at those days, this video streaming, this audio streaming, this chat window was really, really pushing the envelope of what the internet was capable of. And it was actually kind of funny because I had done some lecture on the Play Chess site and I had crashed the system. So now comes this World Championship where you're going to have this new unveiling of this video streaming and all of these incredibly powerful things. And I said, Frederick Friedel, I said,
Yes,
Frederick, are you sure I'm not going to crash the system? And he said, yes, sir, come on, be serious. Look at this server. We've just bought it for 50,000 euros.
Yes, but
We will be able to handle any kind of traffic. It's not a problem. And I said, okay, we can have a friendly bet. I'll bet you a beer. He said, yes, sir, I don't want to take advantage of you. I said, please, do me a favor. You know the rest of the story.
Well, I guess.
It wasn't
crashed.
even close. Crashed. Bang, bang, bang. And then it happened again. And then they threw again more server capacity. They rented the backup and all kinds of things. Mm-hmm. And for the third and final time, I was able to crash the system. And it was like, yes.
You can remind him on the story in person, actually. He will come in a couple of days.
Similar to that, and what a lot of people don't know, was in 1997, I think it was 1997, it was the second match. Everybody forgets the first match. It was the second match between Garry Kasparov
And Deep Blue.
Mm-hmm. And myself and Maurice Ashley were the commentators. We were hosting
the event in New York, right?
In New York at the Equitable Building, and we had about 1,000 people in the audience watching us live. It was marvelous. It was man versus machine, IBM versus Garry Kasparov, and everybody was excited. All kinds of computer siders.
He
lost the second match. Yes, he won the first, lost the second.
And some people were like blaming him, especially I think also Korchnoi, that he was using dubious openings, which were not like a good strategy against an engine.
Computer, yes.
Yeah.
So what happened is prior to the start of the match, we had a technical meeting, and I think I remember Malcolm Payne from London and Frederick Friedel from Hamburg were there in this technical meeting, and myself with all of these computer nerds from IBM. And Malcolm said, do you have enough capacity, because you're going to, these guys, referring to me and Maurice, these guys are going to crash your system. Well, I think her name was Diane, but the lady who was in charge of the entire affair, she looked at Malcolm with complete and utter disdain. She looked at him, said, look, she didn't call him a turkey.
Yet.
Look, IBM just hosted in 1996, the year earlier, the Atlanta Olympic website. We had 20 million visitors per hour.
Wow.
Per hour. And not only did the system work perfectly, but we had a backup of the very, very same system, so we were able to host double. Now, for this event, we're doubling that. Whatever we threw at Atlanta, we're doubling it to throw in New York.
Yeah.
So Malcolm, who's sufficiently chided, I don't know where he got the courage, he said, it's not enough. and that was a hugely, hugely funny moment, because guess what?
Yes.
I see. We just have a problem with the PGN at the moment. We'll talk over this issue for a little bit.
Actually, let's
So the first game, it was fantastic, and wow, it was so exciting to be there, and there were so many great chess players in the playing hall. We had all of these guests coming on, and Maurice and I, we were just in our element, and we had a court stenographer who, as soon as we said anything, she would type it in this text would be superimposed on the screen and go across the screen. And we were doing this for several hours, and then we took a break, and this lady came up to me and she said, how do I spell Nimzovich?
Actually, there's also the problem in general with all these names is that there is an English version of writing it, there's a German version of
a
writing
Polish
it.
version, a Russian version.
Yes, but for example, like in our German newspapers, like the names are translated into the German way of
course.
of writing.
Right.
So that's why Nepomniachtchi, for example, this name, which is a little bit like, more sophisticated in terms of how to put the letters.
Yeah.
In German, it looks very funny because we put a lot of letters for one Russian letter.
Exactly.
Like the ch.
Three cheats, yes.
It's like a TSCH, for example, for one letter.
The game's finished, and then I go back to get my coat, open up the curtain, there's Diane. Her hair's completely rearranged, and she looks like she's been through a torrential storm. And I said, Diane, are you okay? And she goes, thank God it's over. The server crashed. Surprise, surprise. And I think Malcolm was wearing a big Cheshire-like smile. But yes, so many stories of today we take it for granted that everything works perfectly. Even IBM at the very, very height had issues.
Well, but in general, like nowadays, the only problem you may face usually, I would say usually, is the electricity problem. Because sometimes it can be that some regions just lose electricity and then you have to wait until it comes back. And I remember just last year, actually, in a certain part of Berlin, the electricity was off for more than 10 hours.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
They couldn't fix it.
Oh my goodness.
So I mean, like even in capital cities, it can happen that electricity just goes off.
Yeah.
And you can't do anything about it. And I remember once I was in France at Almira's place, and she lives very close to the how you say it in English?
Station,
No, the
subway
place of the Republic, the Republican place.
The capital? No.
No, like there is this kind of Piazza di Repubblica, but this is the
A
Italian way.
square.
The Republic Square.
Okay.
And this is a square where usually people come and demonstrate.
Okay, great.
Right?
Yay.
And on this particular day, there was huge demonstrations going on. I think the demonstrations were based on when you can go to pension, and I think France wanted to make the age a little bit higher. And I remember at this moment when the demonstration people like went through this area, they cut the electricity chains.
Oh,
And
my.
like we were in Almira's home at least for 5-6 hours without lights, without
Black.
electricity, without anything.
Blackout. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my
But they
goodness.
cut it off.
Oh, that was a deliberate sabotage, if you will.
Yes.
Eric Hansen of Chess Bras was streaming, and he had asked me they were going to do we have moves. Okay, no, I won't hold the thought. I'll say it very quickly. And I was in Holland, and he was in Montreal, and we were doing the chess stream, and suddenly he was gone. He was not there. So I did the stream by myself for about 30 minutes, and then completely out of the blue, Eric's face showed up, and he was completely in a pool of sweat. I said, Eric, what's going on? He said, there's been a blackout in Montreal, and in my neighborhood, everything was black. So I grabbed my laptop, I ran out the door, and I've been running for, 8 kilometers, and now I'm in a Starbucks. Okay.
At least he did some sporty efforts.
Yes, you never know what kind of sports you're going to do when you do a stream. Here we go. Let's start with Nodirbek.
Against Esipenko.
And we have a
So
Nimzo.
Indian, yeah.
Again, the Rubinstein Nimzo Indian, and E2, E3. In my day, I was making Queen C2 very popular, but who was making it even more popular was Garry Kasparov. And then soon everybody was playing Queen C2, and there was a phase, you may remember also Vladimir Kramnik and Vishy Anand, where F2, F3 became a rage, and everybody was playing F3. And then later, or even earlier, then everybody was also playing this kind of Romanician system with a G2, G3. So fashion changes.
And now the newest fashion is Bishop D2 line, actually. It became very, very fashionable as far as I know.
Remarkable. One of the most underrated world champions ever, in my opinion, was Vasily Smyslov. And he has a book, The 200 Best Games of Smyslov, which is a remarkable book. I strongly encourage anybody who wants to get better at chess, read that book. He played everything. And one time he played this enormously lame move, Bishop D2, and I looked at that move and I go, God, that's just like the ugliest looking move I've ever seen. If that's ugly...
And you can start with Bishop D2 here, even though I think E3 is slightly proper play.
And then so first you play E3, so you make sure the bishop will never be able to go to G5. Okay,
and
remarkable.
B6 is one of the main, and here after... For example, like Knight F3.
Knight F3, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like Bishop D3 or Knight F3 is actually mostly indifferent.
Interchangeable, yeah.
There is, I think, some line with C5, but I'm not sure. Maybe first Bishop B7, Bishop D3, and then C5 or something.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if it is here or not. And then they play Knight A4.
Knight
A4. But maybe I confuse it again.
Wow.
But
Okay.
there is something like this. I mean, you can play it either with D5 and you can play it in a more sharp way with C5.
I see. Wow, okay, I have to study my modern theory.
I don't play it with both colors, but I was curious about this Bishop D2, so I was checking some games. Yeah.
I really am confused as to why the bishop remains buried on D2. In, let's say, my generation of players, we put it on G5 and we were proud of ourselves. We had understanding. We were outside of the pawn chain. We were pinning our opponent's knight to his queen. We would beat our chest and say, okay, we have a small advantage. Let's see if White can say that today. Bishop b7. Aha. So there was a very famous American from the turn of the 18th and from 19th to the 20th century, Henry Nelson Pillsbury. And he was very famous for his play in the Hastings tournament, where he put his bishop on d3, his knight on e5, and he played f4. And this became known as the Pillsbury attack.
So I know Pillsbury only in his game he lost against Lasker with rook c3 to a3. If it was the same Pillsbury.
It was the same Pillsbury. But yes, knight e5 and f2, f4 is the Pillsbury attack. Let's see if we get there. Well, so far so good. Knight e2. And I
now
think we've just caught.
To move.
As far as you know, Lizzie, are we still in the throes of modern theory?
I think actually like this system, especially this system with the setup of f4 lately became very famous. And I remember I briefly checked these positions, and I know that the move knight e4, which is always like a move which is so obvious, doesn't work in all the circumstances. Because sometimes it's good and sometimes it's very bad for black. But
is there some trickies like these types of tricks where something your king ends up flying
this is actually
over the
the
board?
tactical reason, but actually I was referring rather to the positional reason. But I mean, as I said, I don't remember, but I just remember the move knight e4, which usually comes to your mind very as something very obvious. Sometimes has serious drawbacks. Just I don't remember in which position it's playable and which positions you can't. For example, if you take on e4 and just play queen b3 immediately,
yes,
could be also maybe some try, because if you take on e5, you can perhaps take with the f pawn and then claim we bring the bishop to c3, but I don't think it works because of bishop d5. Yeah.
True. Bishop d5 looks like a showstopper, but to combine what you've just said with a kind of an interesting approach is you might do something like this. And the idea is that you can't take with the bishop because
of b4, yes.
Yeah, and there's a traffic problem. And if you take with the pawn,
bishop c3. That's what I meant. There might be positional reasons where just white happens to have the much better pawn structure, and that's why knight e4 doesn't work.
Exactly. So that is something that we have to keep in mind. Also, these types of positions, one of the things that happens is even though it looks like the battle's a long way off, in fact, some of the lines can be incredibly sharp and end up, relying upon a single tempo at these moments where things you start thinking about knight to g3, knight h5, and bishop takes h7,
and then it just killed your opponent on the king side.
Exactly, and the rook left, rook f3, and so forth. So oftentimes a single tempo can determine
into a disaster.
It could turn it into a very nasty disaster. Let's take a look. Let's walk around the playing hall and go to one of our another one of our leaders. This time, Wesley So again is up against Anish Giri.
And we have another Nimsu Indian.
Let's see how we got here to this position. d4, knight f6. Oops, excuse me. c4.
e3.
And again, the Rubinstein Nimzo Indian. I always call the e2, e3 on move 4. The Rubinstein, queen c2, I call the classical Nimzo Indian. Knight e2, d5. Takes, a3. This theory I know very, very well, because if you go back to the World Championship match in 1981, Baguio City, Karpov versus Korchnoi, they were looking at these knight e2 lines of the Nimzo. Okay. This is a very intriguing move. I was about to say, I again, modern theory and what computers have done, is a3, a4 a move that came immediately to your mind?
Well, it's logical in terms you have to do something about the bishop on c1. You have two options. Either you choose a diagonal a3, f8, or you would try to push e4 and use the other diagonal.
Right.
But bishop e3 also would lose a tempo because of knight g4, so
For
maybe
example.
the bishop c1, bishop a3 diagonal is just much quicker and also more efficient because, okay, the king from black, who would like at some point to establish on e7, this square is not quite available anymore. And
Once
that
you've played
would-
a4.
That
Yes.
would not facilitate the development process for the king and the rook on h8.
Would you be, I assume, because the players are playing very quickly, I assume this is all part of their preparation, would you have considered capturing the pawn on b7? Or is that, in your mind, a little bit too risky?
Yeah, that's a good question, but only once you capture on b7, black is ready for long castle.
Yep.
And black will be the lord of the white squares. He will conquer the white squares. He may even be able to exchange the bishop on f1 against
Okay.
the knight in some way.
Wonderful
And
fashion. Yeah.
that would mean that black easily equalizes and can make a quick draw.
Mhm.
So this could be the reason why taking on b7 would give black too much control of the white squares and development.
Fair. Only because I'm such a pawn grubber.
And you
I
know the
would
system better than me.
I would actually have forced myself, just out of good habits or bad habits, I'm not sure, to actually calculate these lines. And I would see that, for example, if I do play a move like f3, I would be inviting knight takes f3.
You can give a check on b5, but
You mentioned yourself that the king might just find solace
yes,
on
and
the e7.
then I will just play a4,
Yeah.
and I just ignore this fellow on a3. You
And
know?
that's my point, is that I find myself starting to calculate these lines. And
Yes.
I force myself, at a certain moment, you just want to say, okay, stop. It's rubbish, find something sensible. But it's what you have to do to improve yourself as a player,
Yes.
is check your calculating skills. None of this happened. Instead, we did have the move a4. And if I'm in Wesley's shoes, I don't really want to capture with the pawn. I would rather capture with the knight. And what's your assessment after, just put some moves on the board? Do you like the two bishops?
3, 6, 3. I mean, the pawn material is equal. Like, the structure is preferable for black.
Correct.
The bishop pair is preferable for white. So white has a dynamic compensation for the positional throwback. But likely it's...
So far, you're checking all the boxes.
Yeah, I'm just going back to my rules box.
Rules. Okay.
But usually, like, if you speak about rules, when you play with a bishop pair, it would be nice to have an extra couple of knights on the board because you can increase your dynamic chances.
That's
Just
fa-
imagine a knight on e4, for example.
Exactly. You would be eager to jump to
Yes,
d6.
but this is not a discussion because we can't bring back the knight unless
No.
we promote, but it will be a long way to go.
Right.
I think
You prefer white or black?
I would prefer white because I believe that white, in the worst case, can always go for the opposite colored ending by
So-
taking on c6, which, in my opinion, actually just means
Draw.
that white can, if white wants, to finish the game in a draw.
I see. So you like just having that option, if you will.
I like to play for two results.
Yeah, exactly. For me, I'm as I've said throughout my entire career, a bit of a materialist, especially where the pawns are concerned. Give me your pawns, baby, has always been my attitude, and I've always enjoyed playing against the pawn weaknesses.
No, I agree with you. I mean, like, if, for example, like, you exchange the two white bishops,
Yes,
then
so
this
like
knight could be on c4, for instance, like knight
Precisely.
a5.
precisely, give me a chance to take off the bishop, and like you say, put the knight on c4.
Now
This
I
is
would
a-
prefer black.
Exactly. This is a completely different
difference.
kettle.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue our look around the field, and we have Levon Aronian. By the way, excuse me, we have 3 people tied for first, of course, because Andrey did win against Vincent.
Yes.
Levon did win against Prague, and Wesley
Won
won
against-
literally out of the opening.
Yes, he
Against
had
Duda.
Duda didn't really objectively had a game.
Exactly. So, once again, the
We
English.
have
Now
the
you see,
English, yes.
you see the funny part is that I played a lot of d4 positions, but I got there from the English. So, for example, a lot of players would like to play against me the King's Indian. And I would usually make this move order
To avoid the Grunfeld, I guess.
to avoid the Grunfeld, and away we go into the King's Indian. But I was an English opening. I would use the English.
But also to
as
avoid the
move-
Nimso, no?
Yes, and also to avoid the Nimzo. So it was like so the English was actually my go-to opening as white. And here we have Vincent playing G3, symmetrical English, E7, E6. And I have had this position numerous times throughout my career. Bishop takes C6. An old idea of Ulf Andersson's, of all players. You know, you think to yourself, White's crazy. White's crazy. He's played G3, Bishop G2. This beautiful diagonal,
No, I
and he
agree
gives
with
it
you.
for this lousy knight. But then the question you have to answer it is, yes, but what's left?
I mean, my question is why D takes C6? So what's wrong with B takes C6?
Absolutely, positively nothing. After B takes, we're going to play B3.
I wanted to play D6 and E5 if I manage.
Yes.
will
Normally
go.
speaking, the idea for white is to put the pawn on F4, the knight on F3, the bishop on B2, queen on C2, and castle long. Now that you've given up the light square bishop, don't put your king on the king side. And this recapture with the D pawn, I think, is just a very reasonable alternative as well. I'm actually now very curious what the database will reveal about this opening, because although Ulf managed to play it numerous times throughout his career, I really don't know what his results were. Takes bishop f4, queen e7, queen d2. Let me get rid of my arrows. Apologies for that. And rook f1. Interesting.
Have you ever played this line?
As
It's any
white?
color?
Oh, yes. And numerous times, and especially more or less, I want to say, with black.
Okay.
I would have a pawn on g6. It was like a kind of...
Via and
pardon
cat
me.
to bishop, right?
Let me just show you how I would get to this position. So the standard way, let me go to the opening, pardon me. The standard way of doing it was something like this. Yes, everybody and his brother would play like this, like this, like this. And it's clear you want to play knight e2. Now, it was very standard to play e7, e6.
Mhm.
But in the competitions that I was playing in, Lizzie, were open events where I was required to score 90% to get the first prize, right? So white or black didn't matter. You have to play for a win. And that meant that you had to imbalance the game. So bishop takes
That's a
C3,
move, like, you know, for
B2.
me it's almost... It depends, of course, against whom you play, but I agree if you play it against someone who's
a lower rated player,
a
of
lower
course.
rated player, then it's a different story. But
You're
otherwise,
trying to get this crazy imbalance.
it's
and,
yes, I remember something similar from a different opening in the King's Indian, where you play c5, d5, and bishop takes c3 and f5.
Exactly.
But this
yeah.
is super dangerous because white tends to play e4, f3, opens you on the white squares, and mates you somewhere on g6 eventually.
How rude. So let's go to the live position, just a second. And rook f1 and b7, b6. So once again, it's quite clear I don't want to put my king on the king side, having played the move g3. I don't have a light squared bishop, so it's very obvious. I am going to castle long. Now, at a certain moment, whether...
He has to take anyway?
Yeah, we get a position like this, and give me your knee-jerk thought. Is it an even position? Is it... would you like to play with the bishop? Would you like to play with the knight?
I mean, I prefer white here.
Because?
That's a very...
The rules. I want to hear your
I mean,
beautiful green, orange, and red light.
I mean, the bishop on c8 is not so strong in these kind of rather closed positions, I would say. Plus, white has the center. I don't think white can risk much here. But I might be completely wrong, because I have to be frank with you, I never...
Don't play these positions.
I don't play it with both colors because I would be deadly bored. But in general, still somehow my feeling says that I believe it's easier for white to handle. But maybe I'm wrong.
No, I feel it's a balanced game, and it really depends upon your own, whether you like... these knight versus bishop confrontations. If you took the knight and the bishop off, I would just say the players will make a draw. The major piece endgames are too finely balanced. But I think that Vincent has, at this exact moment, got himself a little, just a small plus. I think I would rather have white as well. But it's unfortunately, when you take off all the pieces...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, okay, my question, of course, is like, maybe actually Vincent is not unhappy to make a draw today to
After
basically relax from his experience yesterday, which took him a lot of energy and maybe also like not the most pleasant night thoughts.
Exactly.
So that's why actually this approach is of low risk.
It was the old Soviet rule. Whenever you lose a game, you immediately made a draw. Immediately,
after 2 losses.
Immediately, you stopped the bleeding, and that was the rule. Duda versus Nepo. Now, Nepo, he won the candidates.
Yes, and he played the Petrov.
With the rule, with the... not the protest, but with the expression, guys, do your best. I'm going to play the Petrov if you play e4.
Yes.
Try to kill me.
I think he was doing it in every game, no?
That e4 was played against him. And then when they refused drawing variations like Richard Rapport, Richard fell on his own sword and lost the game. So for Nepo... winning the candidates with the Petrov, the Russian defense, was an enormous confidence booster. Like in my career, I was only afraid of one e4, full stop. If you play d4 against me, I'm happy. If you play knight f3 against me, I'm happy. You play b3 against me, you're going to get a kiss.
Actually, I like to move e4 a lot, but you know what is a response I hate? The response is just e5, and then I don't want to have it with any color.
And you don't want the bishop c4 Italian or the bishop e5.
No.
So for me, the e4 move was always putting the most pressure on me. And if I had the Petrov, which I used in my career, if I had it and the confidence that Nepo was playing with it, and basically if you're telling me e4 is not a threat as a good opening move and you can always make a draw with the Petrov, my chess career is completely different. It's a remarkable thing that today the Petrov, the modern engines, are not finding a way. And wow. So all of this is very, very standard fare.
Yes, I think even I've seen it before.
Yes, in the Berlin
but there was a win of
candidate.
Nodirbek somewhere, but it could have been in the Prague event, maybe. Yeah, I think he won in the Prague event, like last year in June, some game with this line. But I don't remember against whom it was.
All very, very, according to the latest dogma, all very standard. the move knight h4 is a kind of a quizzical move. You kind of sit there and you say to yourself, well, why play that? And they say, okay, we'll make a suggestion. What would you rather have white play? And of course, what white intends to do is to capture this pawn, and somehow he needs to exploit the pawn. Yeah?
Well, for me, knight h4 looks like a draw offer of a move repetition.
Really? How?
Okay, after the knight h4, queen h5.
I
Okay,
will
then
play
I
g3.
you will play g3. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought like that at some point they might just repeat.
Yeah.
And Duda is following the Soviet rule. So, I mean, could be.
Well, if I were, let's go back just one move. If I were to go knight h4, queen h5, and you were to play knight f3,
Then you don't have to go.
I don't think I have to go queen f5.
Yes, you're right. I just realized that.
I would much rather just move my
Then
knight.
I think I understand the idea of knight h4. I mean,
Yes.
apart from g3, likely knight g2 and bishop f4, and trying to trade the bad bishop against the good structural bishop, and then claim that the pawn on c6 will be the sorrel child of black's position on the long term.
Precisely, except it's a little bit deeper than that even. The point is I want to play c4 takes d5, and I want to capture the pawn on d5. I want to win the pawn on d5. The way I'm going to win the pawn on d5, I'm going to capture on d5, I'm going to play rook e5, and I'm going to take the pawn.
Hmm?
To capture the pawn on d5, my knight on f3 does
Is
not play
misplaced,
the
yes.
role to capture the pawn. If I could play the illegal move, knight e3, it'd be highly useful, because then I would
Just
affect your
imagine
queen.
everybody had once in the game a
One
joker.
illegal move, that's all I ask. And so, now we start to understand what the deeper idea behind knight h4 is. First of all, you move your queen. We're going to play g3. What our intentions are kind of clear after this. We're going to go knight d7 takes, something of this nature. We're going to play knight g2. Let's just put the knight on f6 for, shall we? Put the knight on f6 for a moment. And we're going to go bishop f4. Now, again, this is all dreamland fantasy, yes? But now we start to see exactly where we are focusing.
Yes, the d5 pawn, yeah.
And we're just like, we're just one
Squeezing
move
this
away
small
from
little
playing
guy
rook
out,
d5.
yeah.
Black has done nothing wrong, so we can't expect that bang, 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 we're going to win the game in the next few moves. But this at least is giving
This
the
is the
idea
entire,
behind.
strategy, yeah.
Yeah. This is where, by the way, this is how I would study openings. I would not be studying them and calculating move for move. I'm always looking at what's my strategy, what's my goal, what are the tactics.
This is actually something very important you say, because even I realized at some point, okay, when I was young anyway, that you learn theory and you play it, and then the theory is over, and suddenly you just don't know what to do.
Right.
And you don't even understand
Why I
you're
got
choosing,
here.
why you got here, and that you don't understand like why you actually choose this when you feel suddenly during the game you just don't like it.
Right.
And that's why actually it's very important what you say, that once you study an opening, most important is after you know the moves, to play some games.
Exactly.
With your friend
And
or
getting
with
the
someone,
feeling.
and getting the feeling whether you actually like it
Exactly.
or whether you can't handle it at all.
Exactly. It's sort of like one moment there were people who really liked the Chigorin variation of the Rui Lopez. So that's with knight a5, c5, queen c7. And then at a certain moment, white was compelled to play the move d4, d5 in a Rui Lopez, shutting down the position. There's a black knight on a5. And you would see so many people collapsing with the black pieces because they didn't like it. Eventually they're getting squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. They don't like being under this constant pressure. And then they move on and they find something that matches their style, something more open, like an open Sicilian. And it is very important, as you say, that at the end of the day, you've played your theory, you showed how knowledgeable you are, that you actually like the resulting position. What do we have here between the two Indian?
It seems like an Italian, right?
Yeah. By the way, these days my mind turns to mush whenever I see. I played bishop c4 as a beginning player. right? That was my Max
But
Lang
it became
attack.
in the past 10 years like much more popular than it used to be.
Absolutely. It exploded, I want to say, the theory. And now B4, A4, and, well, knight E7, knight G6. White definitely has the more space on the queen side, but this entire maneuver of knight C7 to knight C6 to E7 to G6 is like what we would call, the Ruy Lopez maneuver, knight D2 F1 to G3, and the fact that black has gotten his knight already to G6 so early, he's accelerated his play. I'm not a big fan of Gukesh's approach in this particular game. Okay, here it's clear that what Gukesh would like to do is play knight C4, double up black's pawns. Whether or not that's a success, that's another question, but at least we know what his intention is.
Well, at least like once we capture on B6, the pawn structure is a little bit destroyed, and the B6 pawn later on with the bishop on E3 could turn out to be a permanent weakness. So
That's the hope.
but the question is like, okay, yes, C6, that's the answer basically.
Well, all right. Let me play devil's advocate with you for just a moment. Imagine I were to play the move bishop E6. You would play the beautiful move
Knight C4, you play H6, let's say.
H6. Yes, exactly. And you've achieved the success. My pawns are horribly doubled. My pawn on B7 does nothing. But if you ever play the move C4, then the position is completely closed. In the meanwhile, I don't know. I may start to think I should put a knight on C5 for business reasons
it's
associated.
still fairly easy for black to play. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's kind of strange.
No.
It's one of those things where I allow you to achieve what you want, and then you don't get anything. That's like, that could ruin your whole day. C6 is a very standard move, of course. The idea is as simple as it looks. You're just making Luft.
A Luftloch, yes.
Thank you, a Luftloch. For those of you who missed our show
Sherman
yesterday, shame on you. Because I learned something I never knew. I always associated the move H2, H3 with the word Luft to make breathing room for my king, a square for my king. But
I told you that the German real name, complete name is Luftloch, yes.
Which means Luft, but specifically
hole.
a box, a hole. Yeah. So, never know what you're going to learn on a chess stream.
Especially when you're using for all these words the German ones, like Zugzwang, Zwischenzug, Zeitnot.
You're right.
Schadenfreude.
Oh, yes.
Which is also, I think, a new vocabulary. But it's funny sometimes to understand that you're using this word because you just don't have an English equivalent or something.
Right. And then you have the German word, it's like your Doppelgänger. Your
Doppelgänger.
Yeah.
You also don't have that.
No.
A double, right?
Yes. Your brother double or your sister, somebody who's looked very, very familiar. C7, C6, again, I think we're still in theory. Let's continue our walk, or did we get through all the games? Maybe we did.
I know we had them all, also Giri against Wesley, it was A4, and I think even Wesley is still thinking, but we went through all the games.
Good for us. Although Wesley is still thinking about how to recapture his pawn on C6, I think we have a move in the game between Duda and Nepo. No, I apologize. Nothing so far, so knight H4. Of course, Lizzie, you have been monitoring the chat and things like that. We didn't get a chance yesterday, as much as we would like, to answer questions because of the broadcast delay, an anti-cheating measure. It's really not a great idea for you to ask us a question about a specific move in a specific position, because we will probably have gone past that. But any general questions you might ask of Lizzie's career and what you're going to do and
You can
how you
ask it
feel.
during the YouTube stream, yes, and we will
Right.
manage
Do our
that.
best
Yes.
to bring you up to date on the latest and greatest. How are things in the women's chess world? For me, let me, before you jump in with your proper answer, I was very sad when Hu Yifan decided to step back from playing in the women's championship. Please.
Well, I think for Hu Yifan, I mean, she was quite early a world champion, so she reached that success. Then, of course, back this time we had the KO system. So, I mean, at this time she would always lose the title
Yeah.
when the KO system takes place.
Right.
And it took like a lot of efforts and fights to convince FIDE to change the format equal to the men's format with the candidates tournament and world
And the
championship match. But when all this happened, it was a time when Hu Yifan didn't want to come back anymore, because once again she would still need to win the candidates tournament and then challenge Zhu Wenyun, for example, who is the reigning world champion
In the match.
in the match. And I think this is one of the reasons why she actually doesn't return, because she would not be offered the match. She has to go through the way of the candidates to win it, and then of course to play the match. Besides, she met the masters, I think, in Oxford University in England.
Yes.
And she's also she was announced or declared one of the youngest professors in some Chinese university.
That's right.
So I believe actually she's doing a lot of things which are not connected to chess, but rather to political connections. That's what I at least
So she's
heard.
reinventing her career, if you will.
Well, she's doing what a lot of successful women chess players were doing. I mean, we have Victoria
Francie.
Smilitia now.
Yes.
She's a minister president, or she has some very important political.
Ministry of Finance.
I am not sure which minister she is, but she is into politics. Dana Reitznitze, before she came the
Yes.
CEO of the European Union and
The FIDE.
and the FIDE as well. She also was in the politics. Stefanova was partly
From
in the
Bulgaria.
politics, but then she was not unhappy with the things going on there. So I think she stepped out again.
The original Chinese women's world champion, Zi Jun, she went into the politics and is a member of the Chinese parliament. So yes, what you're saying is somehow the lady players have leveraged their success of the chessboard into politics.
Yes, so it was something in some way almost like a virus, that everything all these successful women suddenly just jumped out. And for example, Victoria Smilitia left chess, she was 2,520. She was in the top 5 or something.
That's a very, very wonderful.
And she's just stepped out. And now, as far as I heard, when you are having a political position, you are not allowed to earn outside of it, which means if you would have any income, for example, in the leagues or in any chess competitions, you are not allowed to take this money.
You give it to charity or whatever.
That's whatever, but I think there is this rule, at least I heard it in her case, but I'm actually almost sure that this rule is in general, once you have a political position and you get basically paid by the taxpayers,
Yes.
that's how it works. I think it would be wrong if you have income from different sources.
So in the United States, of course, a senator, let's say, does, as you say, get paid by the taxpayer for his job. But at the same time, that senator could write a book, his memoirs or her memoirs, and earn actually substantial income from the book in addition to their paycheck, their monthly or paycheck. So in America, it works a little bit differently. There are a lot of freedoms for the politicians to give lectures or book writing, or I don't know how they can earn monies as well. They're not limited solely to their incomes. In Germany?
In Germany, Well, actually, I'm not so much familiar with the German system.
You haven't joined the German parliament yet.
Well, actually, it will be funny, but on Monday I will go to the German parliament, actually have a meeting there.
I spoke too soon.
Yeah. And we will be able to talk Tuesday about that. But on Monday I will go to the Deutsche Bundestag, yes.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Well, good luck
Thank you.
With that meeting. I'm not 100% sure. I don't see any updates in a long time, so I'm a little bit worried.
I'm also not 100% sure because
that
I lost my internet connection from the hotel because I checked out.
Oh, you checked out.
Yes, but I will ask you now for the favor and take yours.
Yes, of course.
Because,
Absolutely. So you know what you have to do in terms of my surname.
well, like I will just let you type it in because I understand that I can't do it.
Here.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's actually pretty funny that you checked out and then instantly you lose your internet.
Yes, but I just realized that I can't use the internet because it's gone. But I
Nice.
should
Nice.
do something about that.
Well, according to the German rules, you know, it's fair. You checked in, you checked out, so
So let's do it this way.
nice. And again, I'm just a little bit worried that my board, my
It's
PGN
not-
files are not updating. Not updating. Just a little bit scared that for the last 10 minutes we have a kind of fixed positions across all 5 games. That should not happen. So we'll just double check to see
Yes.
if something has gone wrong.
No, I'm okay. So, no, I'm back on the internet.
We're just getting updated to see if we just need to refresh. Yes, we do have more moves now. Yes, perfect. So, yeah, for some reason, yesterday we had a little bit of an internet problem from the hotel, an electrical problem from the hotel very unexpectedly. So we're just dealing with some issues, but
They
we're
are
getting through them.
solved now.
Yes.
I also got my internet back.
Oh, good for you.
So I will
Solve it.
check if there are some specific questions, but for now it's not like we
Mhm.
missed something.
Absolutely vital.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm picking up the game between our two Indian grandmasters, Gukesh versus Prague, and as expected after c6, knight c4, bishop c7, bishop g5.
Which is a little bit against, I mean, bishop g5 might be against the move d5 in some way, because usually once you play d5, I can try to hit a bit on this pawn by taking, for example, twice and play knight e3.
Exactly.
Could that be the case?
Absolutely.
So
That's actually suddenly kind of dreadful, and I'm going to have to, unfortunately, from Black's point of view, allow the doubling of the pawns. Now, in this particular doubling, the good news, at least from Black's point of view,
he keeps f5 under control.
yeah, and somehow the knight is a little reassuring. it's
That
not
there's no
stuck
knight
on
h4
b8
coming,
or
yeah.
something. Yes, there's no knight h4 to f5, so maybe it's not a terrible result that d5. But the nice part about having the knight on g6 is not just to stop knight h4. It's kind of designed against the spin, actually. So the idea is that after bishop g5, h7, h6, you don't step back because my knight on g6 will just happily munch that guy and just break the pin. So let's see what
This
he
would
did.
lead me to my question after h6.
Yes, please.
I mean, I don't think that we played bishop g5 to provoke h6 because
It was
h6
something I wanted to do. Yes.
because it's like fitting
Useful.
usually in this position. So
Correct.
could it be connected that I take on f6 and then play the sneaky b6, or is it an overstatement? Because I would play bishop d8 and try to, at some point, prepare d5 and get back the pawn, but...
Exactly. It's always one of those questions. You make a move like b7, b6. I would call this ambitious.
Yes, it's real commitment because
Exactly.
it can backfire in a bad way.
Is it an asset or a liability? Because it could easily be one or the other. Yeah, it's...
That's my question, because otherwise I would not understand the move bishop g5, because I don't think that you voluntarily just give up the bishop.
Exactly. The other thing for me is that after h6, yeah, you've provoked h6, a move that I want to play. So I'm not 100% sure. I'm adverse. It looks a little strange. I'm entombing my rook. But again, it's the question of, is this a liability or an
Yes,
asset?
even bishop b8 is very interesting. I agree with you.
Yeah.
And then pushing d5.
Exactly. And so I'm not sure I would play bishop g5 with the intention of necessarily going b6. But then the question is, well,
What did I gain?
what did I gain? Why am I doing any of this?
Because actually we tactically blundered.
What did we
Well,
blunder?
like blundered in a way that after h6,
Yes.
I may have the sneaky knight h4.
Ah.
I just saw it now. It could be the answer to our question. I'm not sure. I didn't calculate it, but it could be.
Okay. Yeah, no, knight h4 is one of those moves that you can definitely consider in these moments. Yeah.
Because otherwise this bishop g5 makes no sense to me, but it could be related to knight h4.
Oh boy. So again and again, I think that everybody who's watching our show should understand how the Grandmaster thinks. So for me, whenever you gave me a position, like a just random position, I look at checks because I always think, what is the most forcing move? And for me, a check can be a very forcing move. You're forced to block, you're forced to capture the
Yes.
checking piece, you're forced to move your king. Secondly, what are the captures, right? So there's checks, there's captures, and if there's no checks, there's no captures, then I start to look for other things.
Moves
But
with his
yeah.
threat.
So when I play the move h6 and you play knight h4, the first thing I start to look at is the captures, right? So I take.
I take on g6.
Right. Now I understand that there's a discover check, but then I have to ask myself, how bad is it? I mean, you know, oops, excuse me, I did something terribly wrong there. I apologize
I will
for
get
that.
back to that
Yes.
because I saw the position.
Okay. Yes. And take this fellow,
Mm-hmm.
and I say to you, do your worst, Lizzie. Crush me.
1 second.
It won't take you long.
Oh, yeah, you have a lot of candidate moves. You have knight b6 and knight a8. If I don't
Yes.
know what to do, this is like my emergency solution,
Precisely.
because it just gets me at least back the like some material, like the
Material.
exchange up. Plus, it's not clear whether you can actually hunt down my knight.
Precisely. That's exactly right. So there was a discover check in the position. After knight b6 that I had to address, I moved my king. I wasn't sure
Yes,
where, but
I go knight a8, and if you don't want to exchange this bishop, you have to play bishop b8. But you are very,
knight-
very far away from hunting down my knight.
precisely. That is exactly the way I calculate as well. So we do it all again. We go h6, we go knight h4, we go takes. We understand that capturing the knight immediately has a repercussion I don't want to deal with. So I'm ready to play rook e8.
8 and prepare d5.
And then, under the right circumstance, I want to capture the knight.
So now it's getting actually interesting, because also this position should have been calculated. And
when you played the move bishop g5.
when you play the move bishop g5, and one of the most common mistakes, especially for less experienced players, is that when they calculate, for some reasons, it's something so automatic after knight g6 just to calculate the capture, because it's an automatism when you can take something that you would go
Clear.
for it or you would check it.
Right.
And rook e8 is already a move which sometimes could be easily missed because in your
Absolutely.
mind it's clear that you only check those moves which are from the
Captures or
material or from the other point of view, like with king c8, the risky ones.
Yes.
So we forget about the silent moves like rook e8, because I have 4 categories of calculating in my rule book.
Oh my gosh, 4 categories.
No,
The German rules and regulations
so
are
it's
very, very deep.
checks because the checks are the most forcing moves
Yes.
because your opponent has to react.
Correct.
Then the captures.
Correct.
Then the moves with a threat. Knight h4 is a move with a threat.
Agreed.
And then the silent moves,
Okay.
which can be prophylactical, which can be defending, which
Or
can be
preparing of
preparing.
threat.
Yes, so
Yeah.
these are the 4 categories. And
Okay.
if you are disciplined, you should always check them, even if they look ridiculous. I may remember you of the game of Nigel Short against Anthony Miles.
Okay. They played
Maybe-
many times, and what?
Yes,
which
there
game
was
in
a game where he could take the exchange with knight b6, and he didn't do it because he was calculating something, and he didn't calculate all the checks at the end, and then he missed that actually knight b6 would win the exchange. But instead, actually, he went for the prophylactic move a3.
Yeah.
But he missed a great chance just to win the
game on the
exchange.
spot.
He won the game later on, but it was one of the very famous combinations where he missed some sneaky move like queen f8 sacrifice.
Okay.
So-
Now after the broadcast, I'm going to run up to my
I will
room
show
and,
you this position.
and try to recall that particular game. Yes, they had quite the rivalry, British chess, Tony Miles, and well, there was quite a group of players. In fact, Tony Miles, Nigel
Hodgson.
Short, Julian Hodgson, John Nunn, Dr. John Nunn,
Spielman,
Jonathan
and
Spielman,
Adams,
yes, Michael Steen, Michael Adams. Big clashes on the
So now after rook e8, of
United
course,
Kingdom.
like how should we proceed our calculation process? And sometimes in order to find candidate moves, we should look for the tactical factors of the position.
Okay.
What is unprotected?
Okay.
We see the g5 pawn is unprotected, which might guide us to moves like h4, queen d2, for example.
Yep.
Could
okay.
be one option. Then, of course, also tactical factors apart from unprotected pieces or semi-protected pieces are like situations of oppositions, like what is in the same diagonal, roll or file. So we see the diagonal b3, g8, which could be tactically of interest, even so for now I don't see how we can exploit
it,
that.
right? There's some tension based, obviously, on
yes.
c6, as well as
b6.
b7, b6 types of things. But for the moment, what has caught my eye is the fact that this knight on g6 is simply stuck, and it's incumbent upon white, well, frankly, to try to rescue the knight. I'm not exactly sure how where the rescue party is and how to call.
I have to be honest, like I'm also a little bit stuck here. I mean, d4 is also an interesting move, which is in some way a move with a threat, but could also be a prophylactic move against the idea of d5.
Okay, fair. But at the other hand, it doesn't really, sorry to say, well, where are we? Come on. There we go. It doesn't really rescue the knight, unless we were going to play e5. That's
Well,
probably
it's
the
not yet
idea.
hanging the knight, right? We have
Correct.
time.
But I was thinking,
Rookie, yes, I understand that there are some small issues in this position.
I don't know.
Tiny ones.
Wait a minute. I like the little guys. Those little guys are like my friends. Just a second. I'm not 100% sure I fancy all of these sacrifices here. Just a second. But it leads us to this position, doesn't it? I mean, if we're not ready to give up the bishop.
I think actually Gukesh made a move, and now I'm curious.
I wanted to...
He took on f6, but h6 wasn't played.
What? Sorry, let's do that again. Let me just go live board. No, he played d5. I believe. He
Yes, and then it's clear that you take on f6. But, I mean, not clear is also an overstatement, because, I mean, if you take not on f6 and you move the knight, on e3, then there's the option of taking on e4, which would solve the issue, maybe.
Exactly. I would be very happy to trade queens, breaking the pin, and allowing me knight takes e4. At this moment, you might have to take on e4.
Yes,
E4.
the other alternative was to take on d5 instead, but I think this is just a different move order.
Okay,
It
so
would lead to the same.
let's go back for just a moment. Okay, so that was why he took on f6. But I think we actually looked at something like this, yes, that we were more or less happy here as white because we saw that we were going to bring a knight to d5.
Yes, but now again the automatism took place. There is no evidence that here in this position
Yes.
we actually have to take back on d5 immediately or consider other moves. I mean, probably here it's rubbish, but this is just in the terms of calculation. We should also, of course, always look for alternatives, even though probably here after knight e3...
Even if we're not impressed by them, you're right. You have to look at the move bishop to g4 for sure.
And if
You
I
mentioned
take
knight e3.
twice, but this is nothing, right? Because the queen can take.
We also, strangely enough, do
Knight
have
h4, yeah, that's what I was calculating, and
we
I
do
couldn't
still have
evaluate.
bishop d1. We can also. I'm not adverse to losing this pawn. It's not like it's the greatest pawn you've ever recaptured in your life.
No, I also don't believe in the compensation.
I'll go munching over there on c6. So yeah, I think let's go back to the current position. I can imagine he is ready to do this one. G takes.
I think he took.
Hard to tell from the camera angle.
I think it's a pawn, but it could also be the queen.
You're useful. That's why she gets paid the big bucks. Everybody.
But you are right. It's super hard to tell actually.
Right, the camera angle.
Because the knight on g6 is occupying the field.
Right, exactly, the field. Yeah, it's just kind of blocking the angle. Okay, let's imagine we take with the g pawn, Lizzie. Imagine knight e3, yes? Okay, very good. And I will put the bishop on e6 and pretend that my double king pawn, pardon me, my double pawns on the king side were intended to open the g file. I'll go king h8, rook g8, and make a virtue out of the necessity of taking with the pawn. How do you like this situation?
It's possible for black, and it reminds me a little bit of the Archangelsk, where it was very common to allow some double pawn on f3 or something.
The what?
Archangelsk variation with bishop c5 in Spanish.
There
There must be some lines where there is some double
Archangel,
pawn, and it was fine for either white or black.
Sure. But then again, those lines are analyzed to an incredible precision. The depth that these top players go through to perfect their craft, remarkable. In this position after bishop e6, I actually think that white has to do something rather quickly because it's easier to play black in the sense that I know what my next few moves are, and I don't think you're really going to break anything with the move.
Go all in, yeah.
Yeah. So if I end up having to play, well, let me
To
take that move
capture.
back for a moment.
But
How come
yes,
it jumps every time I make
So take,
take,
knight
knight
e3,
e3.
and bishop e6.
take on c6?
Yes.
Take on d5. Now I wanted to open up the b file so that I could play, frankly, the move rook b1 to b5.
But I thought this is like a long way to go. No, I'm maybe mate. Meanwhile, with f5, f4.
That could be a problem. That could be a problem.
Mate is an overstatement, but it
But
looks
I understand
very,
you.
very dangerous. I was thinking about another
Please,
idea instead of rook
please.
b1. Yes, I do the same mistakes.
See?
It's very difficult.
Right?
But I didn't even want to open up this line, and I
You did
thought
not.
I wanted to go queen d2 and queen. No, maybe not here. Maybe instead of this move, we should go to c2 and then do have the queen to a2.
Okay, genius.
And to try to do it somehow like this.
Okay. So you told me that you were afraid of f5, and that did get my attention.
Yes, and now I go queen a2, because if you play f4, at least I can move this knight.
Yes. So here my choice, I felt, was between knight f4 and knight e7. And I wasn't sure. I'm hitting the pawn on d3. In the first case, is the knight beautiful there? Okay, let's have a look, shall we?
Yeah, no. Okay, knight e2 doesn't threat. g3, you will look at me like with big eyes?
I suppose. I hope so.
I take on d5. I mean, I wasn't sure whether this is so obvious.
It was one of those things that I had read a book by Dr. Max Erva.
Mm-hmm.
And Erva had a way of describing positions that appealed to me. And he explained that a knight on these squares, d3 and e3 and f3, were worth an exchange.
That's true, once they have an anchor.
Yes. So I'm thinking that if you were to provoke...
And bishop takes c5 now?
Me, bishop or knight?
Knight, actually, knight c5 could be annoying. That's why I was thinking that...
This was what I meant with the anchor. And
yes.
I was thinking, like Dr. Erva, he would say, but now I have won an exchange.
That's why bishop d5 I like more, because, okay, I have an attack, and also the f5 pawn is a bit loose.
Okay, so let's get out of maybe the d file.
Okay, I go knight h4.
Somehow this move is recurring. I think it happened already, I'm sure. Knight h4, but
yes.
You're not exactly hitting anything, are you?
Not yet. I'm pretending that I hit something. I mean, like, I have ideas, like, maybe to take on c4, to play queen c4, to do, to provoke some e4 move, and then to play for the f4 square or the f5 pawn, stuff like this.
I get you. So that's on your agenda. And what is on my agenda? Should I be putting my bishop maybe on a more
also
useful diagonal?
Maybe I question, because here actually, like, we have two loose pieces.
So you want to go queen c4?
Maybe this queen f6 move was just not working.
Okay, that is a pity.
No problem.
I was bringing my queen into play, as they say.
I will just type it in. Yes, I will type it in again.
Okay,
because we deleted it.
Take. Okay.
And now we did which move?
No, I think we took with the pawn.
That's why, yes, my mistake. Now I'm getting confused by all this. So this, knight e3 it was.
Bishop went.
Bishop e6.
Yeah, and now we went queen d2.
Queen c2 probably.
Queen c2.
Like, I mean, queen d2, I wanted not to calculate d4, and then the e3 capture with the queen hanging, so queen c2 was safer.
And now we understand that my move f5 was wrong, because there was that moment where you played queen c4. So let me get my bishop off of the diagonal it's on and put it on maybe a more powerful diagonal.
So, okay.
And in this case, if you do go as before, queen a2, I don't find that I've weakened my pawn on e5. I played f5 and queen f6.
You're
and
right.
I kind of weakened myself.
You improved a bit.
Well, thank you very much. Each day, every day, I aspire.
Okay, I will play d4. I will
d4.
provoke you. Okay, now you get the hook which Owe was talking about.
This, yeah.
And then I play knight h4.
At a certain moment, I do stop and I do say to myself, okay, both sides have dynamic possibility. This is for me a kind of a 3-result game. It's not what we like ourselves. 2-result games where we can make a draw, or on a good day we get to win. Here I think that Prague will say, okay, sign me up for this. I have chances as well. It's not terrible. Let's just, before we get to our first break of the day, let's just go around the horn a little bit and see what has happened in the games so far. Duda versus Nepo. When we left it, we saw the move, we saw the move knight h4, queen, not queen h5, but queen d7. The old tactic of bishop takes h2, discover check. Takes, g3, bishop e7. Well, that's kind of encouraging.
Mm-hmm.
Rook takes, and bishop a3. So white gets rid of the dark square bishops. Remember, we were thinking of knight g2 and bishop f4.
Yeah.
And he gets control of the e5 square, so he can go rook e1 and rook e5. And he's going to try to
Do what you mentioned.
yes, bring his knight to e3 in order to pressure
Yes.
d5.
And knight a5 is also dangerous because of rook e7, perhaps. You have
Well,
a back rank
definitely.
issue as well.
Definitely. Rook
Also
e7,
also-
queen e7, but definitely inviting the rook to the 7th rank would not be advisable. And finally, the desirable rook e8. So I think very simply and strategically, I say, what's your good piece and what's my bad piece?
That's true.
So when
Rook
I
is
go in
passive.
this position, I go, your rook on e1 is better than my rook on a8. I would therefore like to trade your good piece for my bad piece. The problem is that the desirable rook e8 is inviting a nasty invitation to white's queen.
Yes.
White's
queen
queen.
d6.
Yes, precisely. Queen d6.
I-
Ideas of knight e3, and black is on the back foot. Sorry.
Queen e6.
Queen e6.
Can I survive?
It's going to be close. It's not going to be. My queen is definitely in the black camp.
Yeah, I understand. Maybe I have to go with g. I mean, how bad is knight f4? If it's not bad, then I don't have to play g5.
Okay, even
let's
if you
ch-
had to play g5, I'm not. This was the setup that I'm obviously aspiring to. I would almost give Duda a incredible applause, because from the moment he played knight h4, everything he's done is he's achieved what he hoped.
Yes, but
The pawn on
now,
d5 is weak.
since like I have a positional problem, the rule says I should go for dynamic approach.
Too many rules, Lizzie.
Well,
you're killing me
I
with
can
the
actually,
rules.
even at the end of our commentary, I can give you my rule book.
I'm gonna think I'm leaving the tournament hall. What are the proper rules for leaving the tournament hall? You should quietly open the door. You should quietly close the door behind you. You should shh and be silent. Lizzie, are you not inviting me to play the move c4 here?
Well, actually, like, this is another rule. If you get attacked from the wing, you should strike back in the center.
Oh my goodness, we're going through so many rules here. I would just say that this position is very, very dangerous for Jan. I'm not sure what your next move is going to be, and let me emphasize what I mean. After I play the move h3, for the moment, f5, f4 is not threatening.
Yeah, you're
yes,
right about that.
I've got that covered. But what I would describe it is when you play the moves f5 and g5, as Victor Korchnoi would say to me, yes, sir, you do understand that pawns don't move backwards. You know, you've weakened, you've exposed your king a bit here, and not necessarily for good reasons. I'm not exactly sure how you want to deal with the possibilities of g4 and knight f5. I'm just saying that I feel that this is a position that Nepo would definitely not want to play. Let's see if we can avoid it. How should we avoid
Okay,
this?
maybe we should make a Luftloch to start with.
Now you're talking. Now you're talking.
G6 maybe, or
Oh,
F6.
Let's just imagine that we.
F6 somehow the square on E6. I'm a bit worried, but maybe
Yes,
you're
yes.
okay.
But in this case, I was thinking that if I could trade rooks. Oops, excuse me. Pardon me with the arrow. My bad. If I could play rook to E8 and recapture with the king, not necessarily. Ooh, wait a minute. Queen B3. Am I? No. Queen B3, rook to E8. I'm still doing okay, right?
E6. Yeah, you're still doing okay. I just thought it might have been dangerous.
Yeah, you're well. Wait a minute. just a second. I mean,
And
my
there's like,
spidey sense is a little bit tingling, but I don't see it. I don't see it yet.
yeah, no, I mean, I was thinking maybe there was knight G5, rook E8, and queen D5, but it doesn't, of course, work.
But yeah. Okay, but this is a position where I think a great deal of precision is required by black. White
How
is
about H5? Doing a Luftloch,
H5.
but also like saying to you, if you go like knight E3 or knight F4, I can play H4, which is a little bit inconvenient.
Right. You're disturbing. You're being a pest. A disturbing.
Just to try to win time in case you would answer with H4, just in case.
And again, just to be sure, you're saying that you like knight F4, and you're kind of like hovering around on the king side a bit. Yeah.
I mean, like if I can install a pawn to H3, it's also for you
Yeah,
a little bit annoying.
Oh, no
let's
question
say,
about that. I was thinking more along the lines of playing king G2 here. It's just saying you're welcome to open the H file if you like.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on and say advantage white there. This is the game of Levon and Vincent. When we have left it, we left it here, and we didn't see any of these. Oh, he played E6. Really? Okay, that is a move I didn't consider.
Well,
Wow.
the thing is, like, he forces the exchange of the important bishops.
Okay. The dark square bishop? Oh, this light squared bishop. I see what you mean. Huh. Well, I must say, as a pawn grubber, I really like what Vincent did, because he created a very clear weakness in the position. There's no question that Levon would really like to play the move E6 captures F7, which is both illegal
But you know
and
what
something.
I'm wondering about? Like, E6 was a pawn sacrifice.
A moment ago?
Or wasn't it?
I'm not sure it was, actually. Just a second. You're saying...
No, the move E5, E6 was a pawn sacrifice, right? In the moment it was played after B6. Here.
E6 was
Here
a pawn
after
sacrifice?
B6, so it's 2, 4... no, the pawn was never taken. Now I understand, because I was wondering why suddenly, like, there was no pawn down display here.
Exactly,
in this position.
because we haven't played knight takes E5 yet.
That's why. So that's why he played E6. But then it's, of course, maybe Levon underestimated this, because now, of course, Vincent has a hook, not a hook, like a victim there.
But a weakness, yes.
Yes, he can play for a long time on.
What we're going to do is we're going to take a short break, a 10-minute recess. We're going to see you on the other side of the break. But what we're going to do is leave you with a few interviews that we did with the players from yesterday. Enjoy, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
Wesley, welcome first of all to Dusseldorf. It seems that you are playing non-stop. First weekend, then some online events, now here. How do you feel? How are you?
Yeah, very good. I'm very happy to be here in Dusseldorf. It's such a wonderful tournament, and the organizers have done a really fantastic job to make the players happy. First of all, we arrived like 3 days earlier than anybody else, so I had some time to prepare and to rest. And you know, this is one of the best tournaments I've ever played in, so I'm very happy to accept this one. Well, actually, before this tournament, I played in Weikanse, which is an extremely long tournament, and I would have just chosen one or the other. But since everything fell into place, then I played in both. But I love playing chess. I was worried because I would be playing 5 tournaments in a row, and not to mention the online tournaments here and there. But as they say, it's better to have tournaments than no tournaments at all. And I think a 3-week break or a 1-month break is the best for a chess player. But anything over 2 months is very difficult. Like last year, I didn't play for 3 months at all, and it was not easy just sitting at home. So I would rather play tournaments, have a 2-week break, and then play again.
Yeah, but so far so good. You started with the victory, and what a victory actually! This bishop h6 move. Of course, everybody was impressed today. So tell us how it happened. I mean, it felt like you got this advantage. Like, what happened actually?
Well, it's nice. Well, Jan Christoph doesn't usually play this line with black, and he just makes up the move order because you're supposed to play bishop c6 after queen f4. But queen h4 is the main line, after which black usually sacrifices the b pawn. But he kept playing quickly, and he just played bishop c6 in a few seconds, basically without thinking. And I thought he prepared it, but I think he just makes up his move order. Because after rook d1, maybe he has to go knight d7, but still queen g4 looks very annoying for black. So I thought he had something deeply prepared. But after queen h4, maybe he was just intending to castle. So it's really unfortunate because after bishop h6, I think white is almost close to winning, and in the game he wasn't able to put much pressure. But Jan Christoph hasn't played classical chess in a long time. He's been playing speed chess, mostly online, and rapid. So it's it's just the first game of a nice long tournament.
You think it's a little bit hard for him to switch from one format to classical format right now? And
yeah, for sure. It takes a while because rapid and blitz have become tremendously popular these days, and guys like Hikaru, that's what they mostly do. But classical chess is very different. It takes a while for the mental shift. Also, the preparation is different. The training is different. And classical chess is mostly about strategy and planning. Meanwhile, blitz is mostly about tactics and intuition. So it's a very different kind of chess. But, as I said, it's only the first game Jan will get used to. It takes a while to warm up on such a strong tournament. But I'm very glad to play here because it's a very strong tournament, and it seems the organization is very good so far. And I love playing in Germany.
Yeah, I mean, what about actually your experience playing in Germany before? In Bundesliga, I guess?
No, I never played in
Wow.
in Bundesliga because you basically have to be living in Europe to play this. But I played in the candidates in 2018. Also, last year, we played twice in Berlin, the Grand Prix. And also, I played in Dortmund once before. That was also nice.
What a rare case. I never thought that there is a top player who never tried when once played in Bundesliga. So now we have one.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think I got some invitations from different teams. But when you live in the US, you kind of have to plan every time you're going to Europe. You kind of have to plan your trip. But I played in the French league a few times. Also played in the Turkish league. But those tournaments, you play 11 games in one go.
Thank you so much, Wesley. And one last question, what do you think about, you said that the tournament is very strong, so who do you think will fight for the top places, of course, except you? And what do you think about the participation of Jan Nepomniachtchi, whom we also didn't see for a while?
Yeah, I guess he's the top seed, he's the favorite. He must be preparing very hard for the World Championship match, I assume. And Anish, Giri is also Anish, Giri, also Levon, Aronian. We'll see how they do. But Anish said that he's trying to focus this year in classical chess, and also he skipped the first Airthings Masters online, which is surprising. But we'll see how it goes. I think he's trying to qualify for candidates. Also, we have Nodirbek, who was very hot in Wijk and then we have all the youngsters.
Yeah. It's going to be an interesting fight, I guess. All the best of luck for you.
Yeah, it's always nice because in Wijk there was 5 teenagers, and here there are 3 or 4.
No, actually, it's 5 against 5, more or less.
yeah, 4, yeah.
Yes, it's a clash of generation.
Yeah, so it's a different time, you know.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Wesley. All the best of luck in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the WR Masters Round 2, and we have quite some actions going on, especially in one game. Yes, all right.
Absolutely, Lizzie. Things have exploded in the game of Nodirbek and Andrey, and really, it from the position that we were looking at, knight e2, we kind of thought that white is for choice with this Pillsbury attack, and then when we saw the move knight e4, we were looking at other ideas, but this was a very direct approach that white took. He played knight g3, do something with the knight on e4. If you like to trade on g3 or not. No, said Andrey, I don't like to take. And I think he just missed this tactic.
That's very hard to believe that he missed it.
This is just the moment you see that the pawn on f7 is under attack by the knight on e5, and the queen can come to h5 with a gain of tempo, you must, and I mean you must, look at all checks, forcing captures especially, and this move, bishop takes h7, I want to say, well, it plays itself. This is not a combination of a genius. Queen h5, queen takes f7 check, bishop on b7 is hanging. The black king could just find itself getting mated suddenly after, oops, did I do it wrong? Yes, I did. I wanted to go forwards. And here we go. Knight g6 check, knight h5.
And knight f8 and queen g7 is a mating threat, and you cannot protect g7. It's resignation. It's over.
Knight takes f8.
You can't play rook e7 because of knight f6.
Let's take a look at that one. That one looks actually the most fun. Knight e6, king h6.
And now maybe unfortunately, g4 is not made.
Fortunately, the knight does require the presence of the queen. Yeah, you can't sacrifice the queen, as beautiful as it looks.
In the worst case.
Yes.
In the worst case, yes.
Yes.
I will leave this up to you.
Well, of course, you have ideas of knight g8 check and knight takes e7.
Yes.
Let's just see.
Maybe
so-
actually knight f6 is not necessary after rook e7.
Well, I don't know. It looked like it's so compelling.
No,
Lizzie.
but
I
actually
mean,
it's easier to take first on f8 with a check and then to play knight f6 because it's queen h8, h5 mate then.
correct.
So this
You
is
found it before I could even suggest otherwise, but you're absolutely right. Knight takes f8 check. Queen takes f8. Knight f6 check, and whether you go to h6 or h8 makes no difference. Queen h5 is mate, just as Lizzie said.
Mm.
Wow. Wow. That is what we call a modern day miniature.
Yes, I mean
You don't see these miniatures
but
very often.
actually, like now you get maybe the feeling, or at least I get the feeling that this time control
Mm-hmm.
is a tough nut to break because yesterday Esipenko played 7.5 hours. He lost a lot of energy and
For sure.
Now you see the result. He's blundering in a way which is not actually understandable because this has nothing to do with chess.
Exactly.
This is an energy problem,
Right.
or it's a blackout, but it's not connected to chess itself.
Well, the blackout for me is that
I mean-
it's so... this is an elementary type of a combination, bishop h7, because everything is coming with
Yes.
check, 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 very
And it
forcing.
could be that in his calculation process he was just doing the automatism which I was talking about. When something is captured, you always have this kind of human kind of urge to recapture
Yes.
and not to think about other moves.
Like you, so he was thinking maybe queen takes d2 exclusively or something of that nature. But this, I must say, really is easy because with this move knight to h5, as you said, Lizzie, you want to eliminate the defender. You take the bishop, which is protecting g7, and then you give checkmate. Rook e7, and this is the simple mate.
Yeah, on h5, no matter what.
Correct. No
I
matter
think
what.
it will be over. I mean, I don't see the defense.
No. Unfortunately, exactly in this moment, I don't see... Well, how, as you said, how do you defend
The problem about
g7 pawn?
yes, the g7 and knight f6. You also have to take an eye on it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, if I'm very creative, I was coming up with king h6 to get out of the check. You take on
Bravo.
f8, and then I will do something about the g7 pawn. But unfortunately, I'm also made on g6. And even if I play queen f6, no, I'm losing the queen. Doesn't work either. Yeah.
But your prophylactic way of defending is to be admired. I mean,
I'm
you
just
get high
checking,
marks.
like there are no checks, there are no captures, there are
So
no
yeah.
moves with the thread, so I have to go already
Go
for
all the
the
way down the rule book.
prophylactical silent moves.
Yes. So I have ongoing fights with a great number of my co-commentators, and annoying for me is a lot of them like the writings of Nimzovich.
I think this book is so wrong.
So
I mean, it's so wrong in a way
Yes.
that it actually got
Yes.
just changed totally.
yes, very good.
And there are a lot of things or
Finally.
statements inside which, in my opinion, are not true.
Absolutely, yes.
But you know, like
do you know I'm liking you more and more and more. And
no,
more.
but you know, like for example, like I used to study a lot of old games.
Yes.
For example, like the game
Morphy,
Steinitz against.
Rook takes e7, rook f7, rook g7.
No, I meant this famous endgame of bishop pair in Steinitz game. I don't know
two
against who.
bishops versus
Yes,
bishop and
and
knight.
for example, like in this game, you know, it was about like the rules how to play an ending with a bishop pair against bishop and knight, and one
Right.
of the rules is like that you can district the knight.
Yes.
And at some point, h3 was played in the game, and nowadays we all know that the bishop often should go back to his initial place,
Yes.
not to disturb the other rooks.
Exactly.
But at these times, there hadn't been this kind of knowledge. That's
Right.
why, I mean, he played bishop e6, but bishop e6 was a lot worse because it would block the rook on e8.
Correct.
And in these games, I actually see that when we speak about very old games from 1900, beginning of 1900, this game was even from 1800 something, then you can realize that certain like rules were not existing and they were not valid. For example, I believe that in former times the bishop was like always considered to be stronger over the knight. You could see it in the game between Lublinsky against Botvinnik when he gave the exchange with rook d4, and everybody would nowadays know that in a close position it's much better to keep the knight, and the knight is the best blocker of a passed pawn. But in this game, actually, it was Lublinsky taking with the knight the exchange on d4. And also this, in my opinion, was a sign that at this time there were not so
Their
many
knowledge was
material and books to actually have all these positional rules which we know about. And I think in the Nimzowitsch time, the book was also in a way not precise because a lot of things has changed, and this of course because mainly of the engines and the computer evaluations. That's why old books are good, to study classics are good, but it's not like that you learn the right things from these classics in all domains. So I totally agree with you that this book is overrated.
Okay, progress. You see, little by little by little, I feel that there's hope for humankind. This is very good, Lizzie. You're restoring.
No, but the thing is like that you cannot like compare nowadays with former times in all the means, not only about chess and knowledge about chess,
Sports,
about
everything.
sports, everything
Diet,
changed. Even
conditioning.
human got taller, for example. Like
Exactly.
so, you cannot
True.
like compare like old kind of successes with nowadays successes, because even we change genetically in a way that we get taller and taller, and the food supply is totally different. The way we
Exactly.
eat is different. So it's very.
And again, we have these extraordinary tools like these computers, the chess engines, the databases, that are making us better, smarter, faster, if you will. These players, they see combinations from a mile away, and that's why I find myself kind of stunned by Andrey's play today. That you're right, I think it's a tiredness, a blindness, whatever, that afflicted him. He's lost. This is a win right out of the opening. Let me check in on Wesley So's game for a moment. This was the Anish game, the two bishops versus
Yes, I
the bishop
remember.
and knight, and we left it more or less after the move a4, and Anish's idea was to advance his a-pawn, which he did, and I think that's it. They're playing very slowly, I would say, 17 moves, and it's a position of the two bishops versus bishop and knight. But again, these awkward split pawns. There's nothing to discuss. If this a pawn was sitting on the b2 square, everybody likes white. With the pawns kind of split at the moment, well, I like the two bishops, but
It's nothing special. Yeah.
I don't feel like it's
It's
anything
an
special.
advantage. That's
Yes.
true. I agree with you.
All right, let's go. This is the game that we've seen. This was a very interesting position because the last move was the move queen e4, and this has kind of stopped Levon. Personally, I'm always looking at these kind of captures, even as frightening.
Maybe
As they
queen
would
g4 is even more dangerous, but it's the same in knight f5 is anyway working, right?
Forcing, yeah. It's funny, I had a blackout myself, just maybe yesterday drained me as well. The blackout I had, are you ready for this, was that you can't play queen g4. Queen f4 check, obviously.
And
Queen
then
takes
knight
f4, knight
e2,
takes e2, check, obviously. And I actually won 2 pawns. But
I
you will, of
forgot
course...
about the knight again. Yeah.
Yes, indeed, I did. Your knight on c3 is protecting the pawn on e2. And as we would say, oops,
Yeah.
oops. Let's go back to the current position. So we were... But in that case... This is what I was going to...
Knight f5, yeah.
And this is just... I can't take the pawn.
Well, that's why, I mean, like, I was wondering if you can first have queen f4 check as a Zwischenzug.
Okay.
Because that's why I'm not sure whether it was queen g4 or queen g6, but queen g6 makes sense in terms of having the option to capture the rook on f6, right?
Yes, exactly.
So this was what you were aiming for, so knight f5.
And unfortunately, I'm still running into the same issue.
Yes, I'm just thinking how to trick you.
Is it so easy?
But sometimes, you know, I mean, like, it looks like there must be a defense, but maybe you're right and there's not.
It's just... but it's like... You know, I'm a provocative player, but knight takes g3 would really be asking for trouble. After all, I am simply opening up the g file against my king. And so I would probably have to be a little bit more restrained in this case.
Yes, but the g3 pawn indeed looks a little bit poisoned. So.
Yes, no question about that. All right, let me make a suggestion of rook f5. That looks a little bit awkward, fishy, I would say.
And if I play g4?
Yes, I was going to make a tempo against the queen.
Be even more fishy.
A little bit more fishy, yes.
Queen g2?
And let us see what I can do here. My rook is... Gosh, my rook looks so wrong on g5. No, this cannot be a good line of play. Okay, so for Levon, we're struggling here a little bit. This move by Vincent, queen e4, aiming for queen g6, and then jumping with the knight to e4 looks very promising.
Okay, in the worst case, I can play knight f6, right?
Well, that is the worst case because the queen magically transformed from e3 to g6, and that... Whoops, excuse me. That is a much more...
Yeah, knight e7. Okay, you have queen, knight e4, but is it that bad? Well, can I play e5 here, actually? To create a tactical element
All right.
with the opposition. I know now I can't use it, but maybe at some point I may have knight e4 or like tricks like that, or knight e5.
Fair. I'm going to try to exploit the fact that the rook is on g1. I'm not sure why the rook is on g1, but let's try to make a virtue out of
e4?
it. Yes, and I will open up the g file with
I would
happiness.
play queen f4 check.
That is a check. And I will tuck my king
And then
in
I
bed.
wanted to take on g5.
Well, wanted.
Wanted.
Yeah, desperately.
Rook f7.
Yeah, I desperately wanted to take. Okay, but you can feel that
It's
white
close.
is having a free attack, yeah?
Yes, but it's
It's a free attack.
I'm still
It's-
fighting. Okay,
yeah.
but it looks a little bit
The
dangerous.
queen went from e3 to g6. The rook went from g1 to f5. And nothing terrible happened to white's king in the meanwhile. So Vincent somehow has really surprised Levon, I want to say, with his play. You mentioned e5. If you're going to play e5, Liz, just do it. Just put the
Do
pawn
it.
on
I mean,
e5.
like, the
and
idea is always you hope to press e4 at some point.
right,
Maybe I
knight
should
f6
start
and e4.
with e5, you're
Yeah,
right.
and if you're, because in this case, after g4, you can think about knight f6, and maybe it's a very good move, but
Yeah.
maybe you could also think about knight f4. In any case, I do like what Vincent has done, and I would give him high marks for getting something out of this opening. I didn't think he was really going to ever have an advantage, and he's proven me wrong. This is the game of Nepo and Duda, and how about that?
He played
He did
H6.
play H6, and he did play Rook E8. May I ask, what do you think how is Nepo intending to meet this incursion?
Queen E6.
As we've seen before, yes.
And now he can still play G5.
And now, I'm expecting the magician to... Here's the bunny rabbit. Where's the bunny rabbit? I mean, that queen on C7 is really a huge irritation.
Because, okay, if I give up a pawn, like I would give up the pawn on A7, which likely I have to, no?
Okay, so you're wanting to play knight A5 or knight E7? Or
Yes, but I also don't like that.
Mm. Yeah, I'm afraid that I've been unfair to you, and I've put you on the back foot in this position. You have to...
But okay, imagine you get knight E3. Let's imagine you get just knight E3. How
Okay.
you increase the pressure on D5? I mean, I wanted to say if I just do nothing.
Okay, so...
Nothing is king H7 or whatever.
All right. And really what I really want to do is I want to play C4.
At some point.
But I
yeah.
imagine that in reaction to C4, you will take on D4, and then you'll put your queen on E4
Yep.
after I take on D5. So I need to prep myself as well. So somehow to...
But these moves always leads to the provocation of playing queen F6, and then if you go king G2, I go back with a queen, no?
Mhm.
That's
Okay, let's take a look at that. Yeah, I understand.
yeah.
Here, king H2, queen F6,
Mhm.
yeah? And king G2, and go back with the queen.
Mhm.
Simple. And you have this queen E4
Maybe
check
white,
business.
I mean, looks nice, but white cannot improve because I'm not sure how you can attack D5 once more, and you need that. And the move C4, if the hook doesn't work, not sure how you improve.
Okay, just a second. How... So if I go and I just challenge you, Liz, I go here. I am assuming you take the pawn. I take the pawn. Do you hit me with a knight F3 check, or do you go queen E4?
Well, usually the threat is stronger than the execution, according to
This
the rules.
is what I do like about Nimzovich. He had some really, really wonderful quips.
Yeah.
That was one of his very, very best. He had a number of other ones I really liked.
So let's go for queen E4 then.
And this was my question. How strong is the threat? How strong is the execution?
Okay, knight F3 is more or less a forced issue. And now, if I go, let's say, queen D3 and queen E4 back.
I take the knight.
Ah, this is knight is hanging, so this one I missed.
I'm very clever. Yes, I understand. Do you know I had that with Judith Polgar. This questions about the knight. Did you know the famous story of Bobby
Polgar.
Fischer? Bobby Fischer had said that he could give the women's world champion knight odds.
I think I heard like a lot of bad phrases from Bobby Fischer towards women in
Women.
chess, and I also heard some bad phrases from Kasparov about women in chess and the knight and Judith Polka and Kasparov. I remember that Kasparov apparently like dropped the knight and then moved it again.
Yes, he let go of the piece. So in the famous case of Bobby Fischer, he said, I could give the women's world champion knight odds. And the Soviets said, okay, let's play a match. And Michael Tal famously said, Bobby's Bobby, but a knight's a knight. And Bobby retracted his words. Okay, so that's a backdrop that you have to know as I tell you my story about Judith Polgar. So I've played about 4,000 tournament games in my career. 4,000, it's a lot. And I'm sure I played many times players on their birthday. But the crazy part is I can't remember who I played on my birthday. And I'm playing in the World Team Championships, and it was the United States versus Hungary. And my opponent was Judith Polgar. I was white. And, the arbiter comes on and he says, before we get started, I first like to give my congratulations to Judith on her birthday. I go, wow, Judith, this is great. Congratulations on your birthday. Gosh, if I had known, I would have brought you a present, I said to her. She said, oh, well, you can give a present. You can take any piece you like off the board. And I remember Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer promised that he could give knight odds. But I wanted to show that women have made such great strides that she should be the one giving me the odds. So I reached across the board, grabbed her G8 knight, and held it in my hand. She said, give me back my piece. I said, no. This is my birthday present. She said, no, give me back my piece. I said, no. I played d4. She immediately played knight f6. she wanted to keep the knight.
Just to be sure,
Just to be sure. Okay, sorry. This was the game of Jan. I think he's struggling, but we'll see how Duda breaks through. Let's go to the game of Prague for a second, because we were really getting ourselves very excited about this particular middle game with h6 and with d5. d5 was played, takes.
E takes d5, and I even said we shouldn't use the automatism and go for bishop g4, you remember?
Yes, I remember very, very well indeed. And here we were looking, I think, at something like knight e3. Well, why not? Yes.
Well, it's not clear. Maybe actually we have time for bishop h5 after knight e3. Maybe.
No. I
I
have
have a threat of knight h4, which is annoying. Well, you are sacrificing for
I
the
am
other.
cruel.
I would be very scared of such a move.
Well, in this particular case, I have an excuse. I win a piece. That's my excuse.
But I have some kind of Zwischenzüge, like e4 here,
Wow.
to open up some diagonal.
Okay,
Are
I'll
you
give
still
you
not
credit.
scared?
Well, I feel my spidey sense is warning me.
Queen f4.
Jeez, you are a killer. So you want to play knight h4
Yes,
against
as
me?
simple as that. You can. I mean, you're welcome to take on h5.
I want to take on h5 with every fiber of my being. Okay, I'll cut the diagonal.
So now you're going back to the Zwischenzug mode, vice versa.
I was hoping I was going to get in some kind of a knight f5 trick, or if you took.
Well, yes,
queen
let's say
g4 is.
let's say I take, and you want to play knight g2?
No, then
No.
you will have queen takes g4.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
And if I take on h4, you'll have. Pardon me. If I take on h5, you will have knight.
This nothing
h4.
changed. Yes.
This doesn't change anything.
No.
No, that's crazy. Okay, I thought I was happily winning a piece. Let's try it one more time. G4, and you've played E4. Just a second. So, well, I took because I'm a pawn grabber. I have to be true to my nature.
Would you play g4 in your game?
No, I'm already a pawn up.
That's why you don't need to play g4.
Exactly. That's why I'm thinking that maybe
I mean, because my intuition just screams that g4 is not a good idea.
Yeah. Okay. So let me give my the idea. What is my idea necessarily behind it?
Bishop d5. Yeah.
Precisely, is that I can try to maintain my king side structure. So.
Yes, but wait.
Yes.
I see more.
You see more.
I mean, like, I'm seeing still some ideas.
Please.
Fine. we had like this.
Yes.
Knight h4. This.
Yes.
I go e4.
Wow. Okay. Cool. Bishop takes e4 more or less
I
force.
go bishop f3.
You're a puzzle rush.
No, I'm not a
Maestro.
puzzle rush. Just I like to
you see
sneak a
these-
little bit, but maybe you have knight g4 and you're still fine. But h5, it's still very, very tricky. Let's say.
But what's the body count here? Because I'm taking a lot of material, aren't I?
Yes, I take on f3.
Okay, and
But then I thought it like knight h4, and I would make at least. I mean, king g2, knight h4. I was thinking it might be a draw, but you can sneak to king e2 actually. Even this is interesting.
and king h1. How do you keep your
Yes.
piece?
Maybe I was a bit overreacting.
Rushed. Okay, but this is a very challenging moment for both Gukesh and Prague, as we've been looking at knight e3, not necessarily capturing, but you've made this incredibly provocative move, bishop g, work somehow. And, well, I have to tip my hat on that one. That was a real surprise for me. That you
Because
could do
we
this.
already like analyzed, I mean, instead of bishop h5, we analyzed the position with bishop takes f3. We had this on the board
Yes,
actually.
and we thought it was actually better for white.
Yes.
The difference being that
We had I
the
think,
extra pawn that white gets on
Like-
the we instead of bishop, yeah,
So instead of bishop
Bishop.
h5,
yes,
take this position, I think we analyzed, and we even said that the pawn on f3 is not important.
exactly.
But
I-
there's knight d2, no?
No, this is a absolutely a fabulous exchange sacrifice. I wouldn't
Yes.
even call this a
No, sacrifice.
sacrifice. I would call this
A disaster.
an avalanche. You know, these phones will go. Yeah, that's a disaster. But maybe bishop h5.
It's the only, I mean, this is the only dynamical
just a-
reason which could.
Wow.
Because even, like, you know, also interesting is that, I mean, like, here in this position, maybe we have time to one-time capture even.
Okay.
Because, okay, for now, knight h4 is still the threat.
Still on.
And if you take
that.
now, then I think it's even better, because here at least the bishop doesn't threat anything, and we can even do something silent, perhaps, like rook d8.
Rook d8.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Or
but
play
also
e4 and
these
queen
E4
f4 stuff again.
Yeah, these e4 ideas.
And even queen d6 is also interesting. We didn't even look at these kind of ideas.
Indeed. Queen f4 seems more in your
Yes,
face, but yeah, these types of things.
g3,
But also you were saying that if you try to make the escape to e2, it's also a different kind of a ball game too, right? Where you end up going, you
Yeah.
know, you get on your, we say, we get on our walking shoes.
but
you
it's,
go
let's
a
say
king walk.
it's very double-edged.
And it's an exciting game, 3-result game, no question about that.
And before the games today started, I was betting a result on Abdusattorov's game and on Gukesh's game. I bet in those two games a
Yeah,
result. Let's see if I'm
exactly.
right or not, because I look
Exactly.
at least
You
that
told
some
me
side.
you have to look into your crystal ball
Yes.
and come up with something very special. You certainly did that. Also, as we came on the show, I wanted to say that one of the things that I think a lot of spectators get wrong is whenever you have these national rivalries coming, these two fine gentlemen from India are obviously a part of a great generation that will be rivals for many, many years to come. And spectators often wrongly say, "Oh, they'll make a quick draw between themselves because they're countrymen."
Yes, I can tell you, especially. I mean, I now also played the Grand Prix against another German. Like
Exactly,
we are the two of us, and
Wagner,
we
yeah.
always fight because
Exactly.
there is a very important thing to underline who is number one of a
Exactly.
country or who is better than the other. That's why it's actually even a more bitter fight among the country
Right.
men than if you play against someone else, because sometimes, like number one, number two, number three want to prove that he's equally good to number one, or the other way around, number one wants to prove that he or she is still number one. So the rivalry, especially with women, I think it's even
Even higher.
even
Oh, you're
higher
right.
and
It's,
competitive. It's you should not get wrong that there is a quick draw or something.
Absolutely, absolutely. I wanted to emphasize that as well, and I've seen it time and time again with the Russian players. When you think, oh, they're too friendly with each other, they'll make a short draw. No,
No,
They're
it
playing
depends, of course, on
some
the
bitter-
tournament, yes,
so
but
to-
usually no.
bitter king versus king position, and fantastic stuff. Let's just check in. Has Andrey resigned?
No, because we missed rook e6. That was the game.
Rook e6.
Yes, because at the moment we are a piece down. We are two
True.
pieces down.
2 pieces down
Yeah, we took on h7 and we lost on d2.
on d2.
So
Correct.
from this particular point, we forgot a little bit about the material
Yeah, well,
imbalance.
because we were so focused on the black king as being checkmated.
Because if you now take on e6, probably I can take on f1, and it's still quite some material.
Okay, we gave up 2 bishops, but we got 2 pawns, and we got them with tempo. So at this moment, we have a rook and 2 pawns for 2 bishops, yes? So at this moment, now we have 2 pawns for 1 minor piece.
Yes, but then the rule says that usually the piece is
rules.
better than the pawns if the pawns are not taking any impact in the position.
Rook
And those
e6.
pawns, apart from the f pawn,
Mhm.
is and f5 was, by the way, played.
F5 was played.
Yeah, f5 was played here.
Okay.
Because probably understood that if taking on e6, taking on f1 is not the compensation he was hoping for.
Well, first of all, you're absolutely right. Let me immediately say, yes, I had a blackout. I just didn't see rook e6. I was so focused on trying to defend
Maybe
the G7
Esipenko,
pawn.
actually, I don't know how much time he spent on knight takes d2, because a lot of people thought he was plundering.
Right.
But maybe it was not even a plunder. Maybe he spent some good time, and it was
To
easy
be
to
sure.
calculate up to the moment of rook e6. I think this was easy to calculate because everything was more or less forced by white.
Absolutely.
And if you find rook e6, then you have to wonder how is this position? Maybe also Andrey is a young guy,
Mhm.
and lately there was not so much about him in terms of successful tournaments and everything. So nobody expects from him here anything in terms of winning the tournament, being a favorite, or being among those superstars from India. So I think he has this kind of approach. He can't lose anything.
Right.
So why not to give some provocations to the opponent, and maybe this way have a good chance to score as well.
Absolutely. Well, again, he's coming in as a lesser-known light.
He is
but
last numbered in
certainly-
this tournament, I think,
Yeah.
by rating even. I'm not sure, but he's among the last numbers in this tournament.
But he is certainly, I mean, a star. Wow. He's his tournament
talked
record is
about him.
fantastic.
They talked about him when he was 16 as a superstar, as a
Mhm.
young, upcoming new Kramnik, or how they called him, I don't know. But then at some point it was quite silent about Andrey.
Okay. Are you sure? By the way, I did an update on my board, and I'm not getting the update. This is the update, but we know rook e6, and
Well,
we
I
know
know
that
it
we have
from. I
we have
checked the
another.
app.
We have another move after rook e6.
Yes, we have rook e6,
F5,
f5, and knight takes f1.
So all of these very, very forcing moves have been played. Oh my. Okay. Well, I must say, Andrey is winning my heart with his bang, bang, bang.
Yes, he's going all in.
Capturing all the pieces. So let's have a look, Lizzie. What do you think? After I take? Now, I have a trick for you. The trick I want you to fall for is to take this pawn, and then I want to go e7.
But I can take on f8 and play knight f6 check again, which is, I think, even more annoying,
Much
right?
more simple. That is absolutely more... Oops, I did it wrong. Let's see. Takes...
Because now the threat is actually knight f8 and knight f6, which means you cannot move the knight on f1.
Correct. So again, if we do this, this is what Lizzie's saying. It's a very simple checkmate. A checkmate, actually, we've seen before. Knight f6, and it doesn't make a choice. Doesn't make a difference, I beg your pardon. King h6 or king h8 are both answered with queen h5, check, and mate. So,
So that means rook e6, f5, knight f1.
Our threat is knight takes f8 and knight f6, and you can't move the knight. And what happens now?
Well, I think since...
I have to play queen g5, no? Queen g5, just to try to force matters.
I have a lot of candidate moves.
I have a lot of candidate moves, thank you.
No, I mean here, white, but maybe not so much. Maybe you have to take on f1, as simple as that. With a rook.
Rook takes f1.
Yeah. You cannot take on h5. I mean, you can take on g6.
G6. You do have knight f6 check because you're protected, but I was going to play king h6.
And then I make a perpetual with knight g8.
According to the German laws, a perpetual check.
This is a fine result.
We have a split decision, a halving of the points.
So we found the draw already.
Yay! Always rely upon your commentators to find a draw. We are skilled. Sorry, I keep having to. No, this is not what I wanted. Okay, so did I have a choice over queen g5? I don't think I did. I had to play queen g5.
Well, there is... What is the matter? There's queen... No, queen c... No. Queen c... Nice, knight f6 is still the threat. Let me see. Because last time we also missed rook e6, so...
Yeah, exactly. That's why I want to make sure I'm not overlooking something as obvious this time around as well.
Though the queen can only... I have knight f8. I cannot protect... I have king h6.
Wow.
Coming back to my favorite move.
Wow.
But I don't believe in it. But I have it at least. It doesn't lose immediately.
Wow. King h6 doesn't lose immediately. And
I think you can take on f1 and...
I was about to say, what does it do other than not lose immediately? It is sort of like, okay, I'll take on f1.
I would darely say that I didn't intend king takes h5.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. That would be walking into a discover check, which would lead to mate. Okay, so did we refute queen g5, by the way?
No, we just met a draw. After rook takes f1, queen g6, and knight f6 is a perpetual.
Yeah. I have a problem once more. My system is not updating.
Yes, and this is a
unfortunately.
problem. And I'm not sure that actually this, what I'm using now to check the moves, is 15
It's
minutes
also
delayed.
updating?
No, this is just 15 minutes delayed. The internet transmission in general is 50 minutes delayed,
I
so this
see.
is not the source you should be looking for.
Right. So once again, Lizzie, if there's another move, we'll come back to it. But queen g5 for the moment. Did you like rook f1? Did you like... What else did you like that came to your mind after...
We have to check, I mean...
Again, we saw the perpetual check after rook takes f1, queen g6, and knight f6.
On the other hand, like just by the logics of attacks, usually like when you increase the attack, you should bring all the pieces into the attack. That's why rook f1 was quite
Therefore-
logical. But we saw already that here,
We kind of came empty-handed, except for knight g8. We could potentially grab on b7.
and how is the material then? Because a lot of things are hanging. It could be that actually black is just losing here.
From a material perspective, yes.
Yes, we have. I mean, we lose at least one more. Well,
It's weird. What is the body count has been...
okay, we have also knight g8 check as a zwischenzug, which is maybe important. Like in the moment, like when we took on b7, rook b8,
Yes.
we can also like consider
And
first the check. I don't know if there's a difference because it might
King
be
h7 has to be played, yes.
yes, and then we could take on c6. You
We
take here,
yes.
but I don't have any tricks. Even to take here, I have e7 as a trick, but
Right.
maybe you hold it. I don't know. Rook f7.
It's-
Also not clear, but you have queen b1 check, and I think somehow this would save black in the worst case.
It's a mess. That is for darn sure. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that. I'm just afraid that, once again, we are just having a PGN problem. We can see that none of our boards have been updated. I'm sure that
Yes.
Vincent and Levon have
Made some moves.
made some...
yes.
I'm sure that we've
can
got
even
moves in
tell you
Gukesh.
what the moves were, because it was
In
queen
which game?
e4 in the Levon game.
Hmm. This game, sorry.
Yes, it was actually knight f6 and e5 was played.
Immediately.
Yes.
So knight f6, queen g6?
Yes, knight f6, queen g6.
e5.
They're playing like us, Yasser.
They're good. They're good. They're very good.
e5 and now g4.
Right?
And we calculated e4 actually,
Right.
and g5. But maybe Levon has something better here.
Let's hope so, because the position that we achieved was not a joy for Levon.
In a way, yes.
Yes. I think what we're going to do, just because we're having a few technical issues, is we're going to take a pause
Yes, and try to solve the
and
issues.
and try to solve the issues. And we'll see you on the other side of this break. We'll return very shortly. Okay.
We don't get the moves. Maybe it's Welcome back, and we fixed the issue, and we are just back.
And even better than fixing the issue, I think we've also found a culprit and a solution so that our problems it may happen, we don't have to repeat our problems. We pick up the action in the game of Nodirbek and Andrey. We saw the move f5, and I thought, okay, this was completely obvious that after knight takes f1, he was going to follow up with the move f5 takes e6. He said, look, your rook can't move. I'm going to play rook takes f1. Go ahead and try to move your rook. You'll end up walking into a checkmate, for example.
Rook d6.
Rook d6.
I mean, this is the only rook move which is available in general.
I didn't think there was a move. That was available.
That's why I thought, like,
Whether in
interrupt you
general-
before it's too late, you know?
Whether in general or otherwise. Oh my goodness, rook d6. Okay, oh my goodness, I didn't think that. Obviously, the apologies to our audience, but what was going through my head was that if the rook moves, we always have the checkmate that you had pointed out numerous times, knight f6 and queen h5 checkmate. But I completely spaced and didn't realize that the d6 square is available. Okay, that kind of changes things, doesn't it?
Because actually, like, what we will likely face is what we analyzed just with a different move order. But here, at least after knight f1, rook f1, Esipenko, he played queen c5. And then after f takes e6, we just get the same position we were discussing, right?
Right, we just...
But Esipenko had a choice by playing rook d6 instead of queen g5, whereas we thought after f takes e6 there was no choice.
correct.
But maybe I'm wrong.
But did you see a solution, Lizzie, to this this moment where f5,
Take.
knight takes f1, rook takes f1, rook d6 could have been played?
I mean, like, the only move I can imagine is f6, no?
Exactly, right?
But
I
it's
mean,
still far away from anything, because it's not like that I have plenty of moves, and probably, like, it's very messy, and I could suggest my favorite move, king h6. Maybe
Okay.
here actually it's not that bad, you know. But
okay, king h6, why not? Although we do have professional operators standing by, you know, if you have such a... wow, okay.
no, but not king h6. I think this looks wrong. But after rook d6, I don't know.
Wow, f5, knight takes f1, rook
Rook
takes f1,
f1,
queen
okay.
g5, and do we have an update of the board after these moves?
No. But
Do we have a problem, by the way, or are we good?
I hope we are good, but I will double check.
Please, if you don't mind. Just to be sure. Because it feels like I'm not getting updated moves again. But I think I have a solution for that in case it happens.
No, actually, like, okay, if I compare it with the live transmission, we are anyway 15 minutes ahead.
Okay.
But it's Nodirbek to move, so it looks like
He's...
if I'm a wizard,
yes.
and I am,
Yes.
I imagine that there's still the rook on e6. But this is a little bit pure imagination.
Right.
And
It's funny because we've spoken in the United States about grandmaster titles and this idea that so many players have become grandmasters. It's not as exclusive as it once was, and that maybe there should be another title. And sometimes people talk about saying super
yes,
grandmasters.
super
And
grandmasters.
then other people say, no, we should call them wizards.
Yeah,
And
why
when
not?
you said I'm a wizard, it sort of like evoked this discussion about wizards. Queen g5, come on. What would you do? Will you take on e6 and
think-
take on b7?
I think there's no other option, no? I mean, like, if I want to play on and I don't want to make a draw, I take on e6, queen g6, and I take on b7. I mean, and we can check this again because we checked it very quickly.
I'm just having this very spasmodic thought of h4, which looks completely ridiculous.
There's queen takes e3 check.
Move my king. I know it looks ridiculous, but I'm trying to chase your king, your queen away from the defense.
But you have to kill
Of
the
the
king
G7.
to h1.
Yes.
Okay.
Not the worst thing ever.
Okay.
I am still threatening knight takes f8 and queen takes g7 checkmate, fortunately. But maybe now you have rook e7.
I can even take on c6.
No, then I have knight f6 check.
Can
No,
I?
then I have queen h6. Sorry, please.
If I take on c6.
Take on g6. Is that
Yeah.
legal?
Yeah.
Dang. Oh my.
I mean, like, if f takes g6, I go king h6. It was anyway my old.
It's like your old friend. That's all I've said.
I thought like queen c8 is very interesting, actually.
Also, king. Also, uh-oh. Yeah, that's usually an indication that I'm not getting an updated board when that happens. But queen g8. Okay. Are we ready to face the fire?
Well, I'm running out of my
And you're
pieces.
running- correct. You lost a lot of firewood.
Okay, I mean, queen c8 doesn't work.
No.
So we can go back to king h6. It's here.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And now we go for your knight f6 idea, because you can take it.
Because I'm a wizard. And I'm threatening knight g4.
And knight g8.
And potentially knight g8. Yes.
So you have a double threat.
Yes. I live for double threats.
And I can't, or I can,
Say it.
bishop c8. Well, it looks so wrong.
Wow. In
No,
the
but-
in the middle of this hurricane that's going around your king, you have wow.
Okay, there is knight g8, king h5,
Okay.
rook f5.
Okay.
Now you have a choice.
Between h4 and g4.
Yes, but maybe actually it doesn't matter because black is fine.
It feels like it. I'm not even sure. I might even be able to take the rook. Bishop takes f5 and
Ah, yes, you can even take the rook. Yes, actually,
Yes.
I forgot about that. No, this doesn't work.
no. Okay. Let's go back. Where was this? How did this variation arise? This is a mess. No, I'm sorry.
No,
I
it
think
was.
I'll click this. This was
Yes.
takes, yes?
It was like the move h4 you
Yes.
suggested, and we
Crazy.
take on e3
Crazy suggestion.
and king h1, and then I wanted to take on c6.
Right.
I mean, we checked f takes g6 and now knight f6,
Yes.
and now I came up with bishop c8.
Clever.
But I can maybe go queen takes f8,
Yes.
threading mate in 2.
And the same idea, but not to give to give the same mate. I mean,
Yes, maybe this is even a bit wiser.
well, direct play has always been my forte.
I hated concrete play in my life, actually.
Yes.
If I don't have to play concrete, it's always what I would prefer.
So you like those positions where choices were constant, yes, as opposed to the narrow path. Yes. Wow. Quite the game to be sure. Let's just. I just want to take a little bit of time out to go through some of the other games. You're right. A remarkable move. Bishop g4 to h5 has been found by Prague. It was a move. At first, we were discounting based on the fact that g4 was just trapping the bishop. But then after more investigations, including that g4 could be potentially met by ideas like queen f4 and knight h4, we began to
Get a little bit
rethink,
more.
rethink our strategy of playing g4 And instead, we came up with the move that was played by Gukesh, capturing. And the idea behind capturing is it gives us the square bishop to d5 in order to protect the pressure.
And here we even lately suggested that we should first take on c6, which was played in the game, not to even allow knight bishop d5 and the issue on b7, actually.
Correct. And that is, in fact, what has happened. There was a trade
now
on pawns on
e4,
c6.
and I'm not surprised.
Exactly.
You have
I
to
wouldn't be
take.
surprised by... Although, what was the rule number 5? That was
5,000 is
Yeah,
like that
that
you
we
shouldn't use
can-
automatism and look for the active defense before you look for the... Okay, d takes e4 objectively is not such a passive defense, but an active defense would be something like knight d5, yeah.
Exactly. So, shall we just take a quick gander at knight d5? So if we go here, I can be like Andrey. I want to be like Andrey. And just...
But why you have to take on f3 with a pawn?
Did you have an alternative?
Yes, a bishop, because it's
sorry,
like a move with a
E4,
threat.
Knight d5, queen d6,
Yeah, knight c7, bishop takes f3.
and I take back.
I have a horse still, like knight h4.
A horse.
And this horse is a very annoying piece.
A horse is a horse, of course, of course.
I have quite some ideas.
That is true. I'm looking at a variation where I get on my walking shoes, but I wonder if I get very far. You have queen g6 as well as knight f3. I wanted to go king f1 and king e2 and escape if it's possible.
Well, you can escape up to c1.
Well, that's good news because that's
I mean,
quite
like
the
I was
escape.
just quickly calculating queen c6, queen g2, queen f3. If you
Then
want,
you're-
if white wants to play for a win.
Well, you are definitely chasing me to safety. I mean, in the sense that at least I'm not getting mated on c1.
Okay, but still, like, how is the material actually?
Not good for black.
It's just a piece for now. And I can take on d3 and on c3, and it's not like you have queen c2. So take on d3.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I would not be so optimistic. And the rook b8. Simple
Okay.
chess.
Simple chess.
Ah,
I
yeah,
like
okay, you are also very simple, I can see.
You put your rook on the
No,
open file. I close the
I
file.
play rook d8, sorry, I will go back. I will take the
Oh.
rook to d8. I missed the square.
But what about the German rules where you can't take your move back?
Well, these rules don't exist in the commentary.
That's an important point. Okay, well, I blocked the B file. I'll block the D file. I'm very clever. At
But
least
look,
that's what-
I just, sorry. I have an idea. I will use this rook, and if you do this, then I
Yes.
will use this rook. Because the rule says you should install all the pieces into the attack.
That's great. And the rules of defense are that when your pieces are attacking me, I should remove the attacking pieces. So in
Yes.
this case, I'm going to take your queen. According to the rule 16, is to take the clean defense, I think is what you called it.
Yeah, to clear off the attackers. Yes, I missed that my queen was on pre, actually.
Those sorts of small details.
Yes, maybe
make
we
the
have
difference.
to be a little bit more precise here.
Make a lot of difference. But I think it was an intriguing variation where you have literally chased me all the way across the board and came to a position where you want to introduce your rooks with a tempo.
So it's only, yes, it doesn't work the way I wanted it to work. So maybe we go back, but it was
But
just
I like what you did with the move rook to d8.
8, yes,
And then
knight
95,
and we
Take
just
it.
the knight.
Yes.
You have to go bishop.
And then to check me.
Ah, you see?
This I didn't want to show you. Until it was absolutely necessary.
Thank you, Yasser.
Well,
I
you know,
take
what,
this.
what are partners for? But then I will, unfortunately, I have to show you one. Look,
Yeah, we are back in this position.
yeah.
And not rook b8, but king b1, yes.
No, and this situation was with rook
Yeah.
d8, knight d5,
Rook d5.
bishop takes d5, rook b8, check,
And
right?
then we are just game over. We are mate on b2. Or we have
Yes.
to give the queen, but this is...
No, that wasn't what I was. What I had another thing, another thought that I was going to share. Here,
Maybe you have... Okay, here we have bishop takes f7, but I'm not sure this is helping.
I think it might have been king a2, but I miscounted the material deficit. I lose a queen for a rook and a bishop only. Somehow this night. Yeah, it's sorry. It's completely crazy. Let's quickly just take a walk around the tournament hall. We have the game of Wesley. So, is this up to date, by the way? Because once again, I feel like I'm seeing this red
Yes, I also see that.
triangle, and that's frightening me. That I might have to do some.
This is
refresh.
Giri, right?
Yes, Anish Giri versus Wesley.
And we
So-
have the position after king f7 here as well. Even though
Okay.
we are 15 minutes ahead, we should never forget that.
Right. Again, I do like the two bishops, but I feel that this is a balanced position. Not much has changed, frankly. Then, of course, this absolutely crazy melee that is going on between Nodirbek and Andrey. Is this still the correct position?
Yes, this is still the correct position, actually. And it's still Nodirbek to move here.
Exactly. And here we were, once again, we were expecting captures on
Yes,
e6.
we had f takes e6, actually. Now queen takes g6.
Yes,
Knight
and
f6 check.
that was our perpetual. We were also
No,
looking at queen b.
first knight f6, king h6, and now queen takes b7. And this
Aha.
position makes more sense because, I mean, all knight g8 check, this we didn't know. But probably even this is what we didn't check yet.
Okay.
Let's assume he takes the rook. Because
Well-
if you take on f6, actually, I will take on a8, and I have still a double attack.
Precisely. That is very, very nasty. You're hitting c6.
And I have still a strong pawn also on e6, which might be the game changer in any case.
Right.
So,
So we're looking at rook b8. Yeah.
mhm.
And then this was where we were either playing knight g8 check. I think we were playing knight g8 check.
Yes,
right?
but actually knight g8 we checked, but we didn't check actually like queen takes c6. This one we checked a bit, and we said like that after queen takes d5, bishop e7, likely black is fine because of queen b1 ideas in case of rook f7 or stuff like this. But more interesting is actually to allow the capture on f6, not to
Mm.
play knight g8, but
Mm.
to go not in this position. I'm afraid
By
to
the
go
way,
back.
I'm being told that the game between Vincent and Levon has concluded.
It's done.
Is concluded, yeah. Interesting. We will come to that. Go ahead, Lizzie, please
So
finish your
she
thought.
takes f6. I mean,
Yes.
here we didn't think on yet. We
No,
have to come
because
up
this
with
is
something.
a new position for us, yeah.
Yes, but here there
I feel
are.
this pawn is so powerful.
Well, the thing is like also like that we might have this rook swing at some point,
Like rook e3,
and then I mean connected, for example, like stuff like this. Probably like we have to.
but queen b1 check could be
What we have also
an
rook.
issue.
Yes, queen b1 check, and maybe here, like black escapes.
with some kind of nice perpetual.
Yes, but probably, I mean, it feels like actually that this position can be lost for black. It feels like, but
It does. It's just really, really on the edge. Let's jump quickly to see what is going on between Vincent and Levon. That was the game. So we have left it here.
yes, we saw g4
Yes.
and e4.
No, we left it g4.
Yes,
He played rook e6. Oops.
No, he didn't play e4. We calculate and g5. That's what we calculate. Rook e6 was not on our list.
Yes, because his idea is to meet the move g5 with the discovered attack, knight h7, attacking the queen, I mean, and then you can capture the pawn on g5. So after rook e6, Vincent changed his move and did not play g5. He played rook f1, e4, g5, knight h7, take, queen f5 takes, and
Why is this concluded?
did they agree to a draw, or they're still at the board?
But isn't there a 30 moves rule here in this tournament? Or
I don't know. I'm just looking at our monitors.
I will check
And,
if something is that I missed. But who said to you that the game was concluded?
Andrey,
Oh,
our
no.
wonderful technicians who are keeping us in business with our commentaries.
And actually, like, we don't have the last move with rook takes d3, which was apparently played 15 minutes ago.
Rook takes d3.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me just double check. Well, maybe the game... Why does this red thing appear?
This is for the...
Commentary? And this one, I mean... So rook takes d3 is actually on the board.
Yes,
has
this
been
was
played.
on the board, and they're still sitting there.
Okay, so maybe we got false
Unless this
information.
is not Levon. No, this is Duda, actually. This is not Levon.
No, Duda is the Nepo game. Duda and Nepo are in this wonderful...
The guy
This is the struggle.
Yes, but I meant like the guy sitting in the camera now
Yes,
is
it's
Duda. And the position we are seeing is also Duda's position. So I saw like that Aronian is still playing.
Uh-huh.
But if it's concluded, the question is when?
What, where, and why?
Hmm.
Nepo, by the way, it would appear to me that he's dodged... because we reached this position, and in my view, Nepo was struggling. And he played the move b5, a move we did not look at. But I like this move for two reasons. One was we were playing knight to e3 and c4 for white to break things up. And secondly, the move b5 introduces b4 as well as knight takes d4. So I do like this... what do you call it? Active defense?
Yes, also like prophylax against c4 push.
According to rule number 18/A. H5 by Duda, not knight f4, not knight e3, b4, knight f4, queen e8, takes, king f1. Whoa. So from Black's point of view, the danger piece for him is the knight. If he can get into a queen and pawn ending, I think Black is going to be all right because he'll have a passed pawn, as will White. So I like this move, knight e6 by Nepo, and inviting a trade of knights to go into a queen and pawn ending where he'll have his counterplay with the move d5, d4.
And knight takes f4 was already played. And
So did he play queen takes a7
and
after knight?
Knight e6, queen takes a7, and knight takes f4. But
Gotcha.
this means that we don't get the updates of the moves again, because
Again,
it should
yes.
not be that internet is faster than us.
Let me do Control R. Sign in. Okay.
We have to give actually.
Have the update.
Yes, okay.
Brilliant. Thank you. Okay, so many moves have been played. And I think there must be just some internet connectivity between ourselves and the PGN. I don't know.
And the
whether-
hotel.
And the hotel. So check on b5. And this is where Nepo escapes to a queen and pawn ending.
Which is just resulting in a draw, I guess, huh?
should be
Yeah. Over.
a draw. And in fact, perfectly on time. Good job. Draw agreed. Levon, I see a draw has been agreed in the Levon game as well. So
Yes.
maybe Andrey was right and we were just having some delay on our end. Because once we get to this position, you start to see the contours of how they made the draw. And, well, it's a balanced position, and you were about to suggest that there is a 30-move rule?
Yes,
in
and
the
there
draws?
is,
And there is.
because he concluded rook f6 as a 30th move, and then he can make it. Then he can offer. Because, okay, I mean, the idea of this tournament is to have the same rules like in the World Championship match, and FIDE would never give up on the 30 moves rule.
I think it's an excellent rule.
Yes,
And I
agree
also
with you
like
too.
the Sophia rules as well. Personally, I always like the rule where you couldn't offer a draw before the first time control. I mean, the player should be able to muster enough energy for the first time control. Okay, so 2 draws as we are into round 2. We have a number of exciting games still going
And
on.
I still have my bet on these 2 results in these games. Because I was
Yes.
betting on exactly these 2 games for a result.
And let us, I mean, this is a marvelous Donnybrook that is going on between Gukesh and Prague. Do you know this word, Donnybrook, by the way? It's a brilliant word.
I don't even know the meaning. I thought like it comes maybe Danny from Daniel Naroditsky and Brook.
He'll be proud if you, by what you say. Donnybrook is from the Irish. So the idea is they would go to like these wonderful little parades and Mardi Gras, and they get together. But you know the Irish, too much to drink, and then it's a big fight. Like everybody gets into a scrum and they're fighting. That's a Donnybrook. And this is a game between Gukesh and Prague that reminds me of a Donnybrook where fights are breaking out everywhere at the same time. Knight h4, knight d5. We saw
You
a
saw
little bit
something like that.
this.
We had e4, knight d5, but not e4 takes on e4, knight h4, now knight d5.
Look at this. This is great stuff going on.
Queen ah6.
Now you
some-
almost feel like somebody's got to be dead busted.
King needs to move, right?
Right? Are you getting on your running shoes?
Okay, that's nothing because the king
Because
goes
we're
anyway.
going to
to
go
that point.
anyway. So getting on the running shoes. And rook a7.
Well, this was unexpected.
Right? I mean, where is that in the rule book?
It's prophylax. It's a silent move
It's the silent move.
against knight e7 check and stuff like that, and c7 and c8.
Okay, fair. I think every strong player who is experienced player hates being in a pin. You just hate this queen on d1, this bishop on h5 business, and you hate being in a pin. So I mean, I'm just like dying to get out of this pin, something like queen d3. But I do understand that the move rook e7, as you said, was designed to defend e7. Rook a7 was so that you could capture
Which
this
on
pawn.
c6, yeah.
So I do realize that queen takes c6 is on black's agenda.
Yes.
What's
I
on
s-
white's agenda? in this?
Well, crapping material. I just don't know where. No, okay. For now, it's like 2 pawns for white, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Uh,
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4,
6
5, 6.
against 4.
Correct.
So, of course, losing the c6 pawn would be a shame because this is my trump card, right?
Correct.
I'm not sure I can save that pawn though.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Okay. Let me throw the patty, shall I? Queen d4.
d4.
So I am threatening to capture the
Hey.
knight.
Yes.
I'm also threatening to capture the rook, so I'm expecting some kind of a capture on f3.
The question is, which
Well,
piece?
But the problem is my king does
Knight
not...
f3 looks good.
Yes. My king does not escape in this case because there's the e2 square.
Not
It's guarded.
available.
So I can't play the move queen d4. Queen d4.
What? Okay, you can take on a7 hypothetically. You ignore the knight on f3, you don't care, and you take on a7.
Except, according to the FIDE regulations,
It's a mate.
I hate those FIDE regulations.
Like king e2 I somehow saw like it was still available.
Still not available as we would like. So, okay, we go back. Hold on. Queen, not queen d4, but I was going to suggest after rook a7, queen d3.
Yes, it looks a bit more safe.
Okay, but at the end of the day, you could just reign in. You don't have to burn your bridges on the king side, and
Yes,
could just-
but there's no more mating attack.
yeah,
And
but
still it's
then
a pawn, right?
Yeah. So, okay. So queen d3 is one move. Do we have another safe alternative? I'd love to keep this pawn on c6 somehow, but I'm not seeing the way. Could I play c7?
Okay, let's see what active moves I have.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking if I can sacrifice the queen. Wait, queen. How about queen c1 or
Good
queen
move.
d2? Because according to the rules, if you have a weak king, you should exchange the attacking pieces or the queens.
Never forget that rule. That's a very, very, very
But
good
you-
rule. Get the queens off the board if you can.
Yes, but you can still take on. No, you cannot take on f3. I mean, you can, but I take on h6 and I protect the mating square on d2, which is good news that I don't plunder it again.
So if I take, I am threatening a Zwischenzug.
Yes.
I don't have to tell you what a Zwischenzug is.
Yes, but if I take on f3 back,
Ah,
but then you can move the queen again, and then you don't have to exchange this
right. That was
lovely
my intention.
fellow.
Correct.
Otherwise, the Zwischenzug is a global. No, actually, is it a global killer for me?
Well, what's interesting about the chess parlance is how many German words there are, how many Persian words there are, how many Russian, and we use all of these. It's kind of an international. We use all of these for our analysis, for
yes.
our annotations.
For me, it's surprising that actually it's the German words in chess which are the exceptional ones. Because
Yes.
German is not such a rich language. For example, the Russian language is much richer, I heard. But still, it's Zwischenzug, it's side note, it's
Zugzwang, very,
Zugzwang.
very important.
Yes, and these three words are German words, actually.
Yes.
So it means that Germans, like, you know...
You were dominating chess at a certain moment in the history. No question about it. Sorry, I see the game of Andrey, and I just wanted to go to it because, again, that's another one of these extraordinary games that are taking place here. Rook takes f1 is when we left it. We did see the move queen g5. We had focused our attention on this
F
capture,
takes c5, but he took with the queen.
which is quite the surprise. Queen takes e6, and then after queen takes e6,
He took here.
rook f3. This is what Jennifer Shahadi's favorite.
Rook
you-
swing is.
You have your rook lift, but she calls it a rover.
A rover.
Rook up and over.
Ah,
Rook
okay.
up and over. Rover. And I like that. I've taken it from her and called it an original. I
But the
steal
thing is,
from
like,
the best.
Yes, but I mean the question is like that even if I lose a queen, and I will definitely lose a queen, I have still two pieces and a rook.
Yes.
The question is how...
Weak is your king in
Yeah.
that resulting trade.
Okay, let's say like I'm the pawn crapper now and I take on d4. I'm learning from the best, right?
Well, at least you can steal from the best.
I
yes,
take on h3
do it.
and I take on e3.
Very good. Very good. Now, again, the question is how safe or unsafe is your king? I want to play f6 so that I can play knight takes f8. Can I?
Wait. Can I play bishop c5?
Yes. And here, if nothing else, you will always be able to play rook g8. I apologize. Rook g. Ooh, not true.
Not true.
Rook g.
No, I know. I mean, like, but I have king h6 again. Oh no, it doesn't work. I have queen g6 mate.
Yes.
Yes.
Lovely, isn't it? Yes. Very, very nice. Oh my goodness. So this is actually, wow. All right. Let's refresh the game for a moment, and we do have takes on d4, and immediately queen f7. By the way, just a second.
So it was taking on d4 and then queen f7 first.
Yes.
Which is maybe also an important Zwischenzug because we have a very simple threat
of capturing on f8
f8,
and then
yes.
capturing the queen. So that's maybe a crucial tempo.
Yes. Also
And
b7 is under attack, which might be important.
Yeah, the pieces generally. By the way, I'm also being told that Wesley has concluded their game. I suspect they did it by a repetition.
And I'm
Let us
getting
just
closer and
confirm.
closer my today's prediction.
Wow. Well, again, you did it from the very top of the broadcast. Normally, I'm very poor in... I can say something like, there'll be 2 victories today, but I have no idea where they're going to come from.
Yes, but actually, like, when you look at the pairings,
Yep.
and I saw it, or I basically evaluated from the logical point of view. We have 2 Indians who both want to prove
Themselves.
one is better than the other.
Absolutely.
And we have Esipenko, who proved yesterday he likes to sacrifice, and Nodirbek is also a very tactician player. So that's why my conclusion was it's most likely to see a result there, because those boards are much more tactical on the way compared to, for example, Giri against Sovi would have a very, very tri-positional game. This I was sure
Technical
of.
game.
And with Vincent, I mean, he's also more a positional player compared to a like monster dynamic player or something. And Duda against Nepomniachtchi, of course, would try always to hold and not to lose with black, and that was basically the conclusion that it must be if we have a result on these youngster boards.
Well, according to the German laws, you guessed it just perfectly. Well, let's take a look at the game of Andrey just for a second, because we are seeing this incredibly powerful move, queen f7, which is making an enormous difference to white's attack. We saw those positions where we put a pawn on f6 and a queen on f7. The move queen f7 is coming with a gain of tempo, as white is threatening the discovered attack. Knight takes f8 check, followed by queen takes h5, picking up the queen. Andrey in trouble?
I think so. I feel like he's lost. Because, I mean, for now, he's 2 pieces down. The queen is gone.
But if we play a move like queen h6, then we transpose into the variation we just looked at with 2 extra tempi for white. The pawn's not on e2. It's not even on e3.
And I have a double attack of f8 and b7.
You have f8 is on pre, b7 is on pre, and I don't think there's any way that black can meet the threats of knight takes f8 check and queen takes d7 mate. So, whoa. This was a fun game.
Yeah.
This was a really, really fun game. This is almost embarrassing. I'm about to suggest king h6.
Finally, you learned.
You're tasered when
When is it time?
the electrical bolts are going through me. Yeah, this looks really, really bad suddenly. Too many threats. There's just too many threats. Wow. Okay, which leaves
But actually,
us...
Andrey made a move because...
Did he? Okay,
yes,
good.
I
Let me
think so,
update my
because
board.
he's not on the board anymore.
Okay, just a second. We have queen f7. I only have queen f7 on.
Yes, but
But
it's
you're
him
right.
on the board. So maybe we have to refresh again. This time at least I know how to do it. What was
Yes.
the button?
It was control R.
Or Control R?
Yep.
Oh.
Together.
Maybe you have a better grip.
Mm,
R. I thought A. Yes, my mistake.
Very good. Teamwork. That's what it's all about.
Yes,
Bishop
he
to
bishop
d6.
takes bishop to d6, yes.
Teamwork. No, I'm not feeling. First of all, knight f8 check and queen takes h5 will be.
Well, knight f8 check, king h6. But then rook h3 with a mating idea of g6.
Exactly. So knight f6 check, king h6, then rook h3 with the threat of queen g6 check and mate.
And I think this is over.
That's the business move. But here I wanted to say, this is how many pieces for the queen? This is 3, right?
Well,
so maybe
this is
we
some
can.
chances, actually.
Yeah, this isn't like we have to resign. I mean,
This is not so clear. I would not even go for this.
correct. That was what I wanted to say. I would not go for this either.
So what about rook h3 here?
That was the move. That's the money move. As
You have to take, I take, and now you have to do something about the hanging bishop, because this one you should not lose.
Yeah, the problem is if I do something with the hanging bishop, as you say, f6, and this is where I'm actually walking into my mating net.
Patterns, yeah.
Yes. And we do have some moves. He has played knight f8. Wow, that's a little bit surprising. He's gone for the 3 pieces.
Oh, really?
That's what it looks like on the board as well. I see a rook on f8.
I mean, probably these guys are wizards and they see just so much more than us. I mean, I don't have
No.
any other conclusion for that.
No, they just. Yes, he's gone for it. The king is now back on g8. 3 pieces. Have you much experience in that imbalance, that material imbalance of 3 pieces, or, for the queen?
Well,
And if you were going to get the imbalance, which is more likely? You would have the pieces or the queen?
it depends on the time control and the king situation. If the king is weak, I would prefer the queen. If the king is safe, of course the 3 pieces are good.
Mm-hmm.
And here actually, like, speaking of a weak king, what will you play after f6?
Well, after f6, the threat of f7 is very compelling. Rook takes f6, rook takes f6 feels
And then
resigns.
yes, because you that's what we are talking about. The
The weak
pieces
king.
are not on anchors.
Okay, so
Knight e5 only move.
only move. So I have to stop the threat of f6, f7. I do it by covering the square f7 one more time.
And
But
then-
actually I have a benefit. Check it out. I am picking up a tempo against the rook.
Yes, but maybe I can mate you before you dream on.
Dream. I have dreams.
Because
So you want to take.
no, I have rook g3, I have rook h3, I have a couple of candidate moves here actually.
Good point. Rook g3.
You gotta play rook f6.
Okay.
I give a check.
Got to play. I can't
Rook
move my
F-
bishop.
No, you cannot. It's too much.
Can I move my rook?
You
Mm,
have to move your rook on f8.
Because king, why?
Rook h3.
And rook h6.
I take, and I thought you may lose the
Everything.
coordination after taking on d4.
Yes, yes. Take on d4. You're absolutely right, Liz. I'm toast.
So that means, again, like rook f8, rook g3,
Mm-hmm.
you take.
Once again with the rook. Yes.
Yeah. And then after queen e8 check, you go rook f8. And actually, I don't see the continuation here.
So
But queen e6, knight f7.
and that is coming with the tempo.
Okay, maybe we skip rook g3. Let's try rook h3.
Okay, so, oops. So once again,
f6.
f6, Knight e5.
Rook h3.
And you took a pawn. Yep.
Yeah. Again, we give the check on e8.
Okay.
And again, you have to go rook f8. And again,
Okay.
we give a check on e6.
Okay.
And again, you have knight f7.
And if you go here, I'll just more or less move my rook, and I'm not intimidated.
Yes, but I can take on d4 actually, maybe in this position. If
In
I
which
want to
position?
play after queen g6, now knight f7, and I take on d4.
Simple.
Not queen e6.
Uh-huh.
Like in this position, just to think in a simple way, I take here.
Okay, but bishop c8 is a skewer.
Whoa. Why do I miss always this kind of sneakiness?
It's the shish kebab.
Yeah, shish kebab, yeah. So let's say f6 and knight
Direction.
e5. How much time does... Okay, Nodirbek has a lot of time.
Yes, 37
I still
minutes, it looks
believe
like.
that there is something we miss.
Me too. It just feels like there's a moment here where black is just barely
What
hanging
about
on.
rook f5?
Rook f5.
Yeah.
Let's have a see. We are dreaming.
Yeah, dreaming is always a good thing to do.
Rook and bishop versus queen. So I'm thinking, how sad is rook takes e5? Like, if I end up with a pawn.
I mean, my threat now is f takes g7, actually.
And then queen h8, yes?
And then, like, somewhere trying to find the mate.
Gotcha. Okay, so let's say I take, then this is terrible discoordination, yes?
Yes, I mean, I think you lose always because of the coordination point of view.
Agreed.
That's likely the case.
Okay, and I think I'm still having problems with my... I think we may have to refresh again, I'm afraid to say.
Because, yes, it's Nodirbek to move, so let's do what you suggested to me.
Yes, correct. Look at this. You're...
I'm getting professional now in this
Seriously good.
regard.
I mean, we can't lose you. You
But
can't
this is
go
a,
to
this is
the-
a position actually on the board, so f6 is a move, I think, which should be played.
Yes. You can't go to the Reichstag?
Reichstag, yeah.
I was so close, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you had a very great great suggestion, Liz. Rook f5, and although we didn't look at it, I'll hold my...
Queen h6? You're very brave.
Sometimes necessity is the mother of invention. I like avert my eyes. I know disaster is ready to strike, but at the moment I haven't seen the kill. Must be there, yes?
Well, maybe you're not. You're lucky.
Lucky, that's my middle name.
Yeah.
It feels
I'm not
a little
convinced.
messy.
I'm not convinced anymore.
It feels a little messy.
Okay, let's go back. We have other candidate moves after knight e5.
Very good.
We have a bunch of moves.
Well, we have been looking at rook g3, rook h3, and rook f5.
Yes, we can look at rook f4, but I'm not sure that rook f4 makes sense. But who knows?
Well, the idea being f6 takes g7 is a killer threat.
Yes, and I don't want to lose tempi.
Exactly. So rook f4 does contain some very, very nasty ideas of f6 takes g7. Now, again, yeah, that's the story.
If I
yeah.
now take with a rook on f6.
But that was we have run into this problem before, yes?
Yes, this doesn't work.
Check.
Now we actually because rook h4
Yeah.
is a game. This is game over. Yes.
Yes, and I end up winning a piece, for sure. So that is not what we want. So f6, knight e5, rook f.
Also, like
Four.
if you take now on f6 with a pawn, I can take on d4.
That's the
still
discoordination.
There is Houston, we got a problem, yeah.
We do.
Maybe there's even rook h4 instead,
Right.
which is also a problem maker.
Also, obviously, Houston, we have a problem. Is from the NASA space program in the United States, but has that infected German culture too? If I said in German, Houston, we have a problem, German people will know what it references.
Yes, I would say that it's like a critical problem because it was some movie in the when they were in
Apollo
the
11,
space.
Apollo 13.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they understand that this is not good news.
Not good news. Yes. Okay. He hasn't, remarkably, he has not played f6 yet.
I think he
Okay.
calculates. No, I think. I don't know. He played a move for sure.
Right?
And
Let's
I'm
see.
afraid I have to.
Yes, I think you do as well.
I have to do.
But at least we know how to do it now, and this is...
Yes, but it should not be the
rook f5, a move that I think you found after
after like I tried
rook
the other.
g3 and rook
Yes.
h3.
But here we saw the problem of g6,
Okay.
and we calculate queen h6 and rook f7, and we didn't find a continuation.
Well, we didn't find a kill. We both had the same
But
impression.
we can do this move instead, which may change the evaluation. Because here the advantage is that my rook is not under attack, and I still have the same ideas of taking on e5,
Five.
g6, and so on. I just
Right.
don't threat mate in one. But
Mhm.
now I have a threat of rook e5 and queen g6, and then
and
maybe
that
this
is a
is...
mate in a few moves, yes.
And you cannot move your king because you will not threat anything.
And again, rook takes e5, queen takes g6, and queen g7 is the checkmate that Lizzie wants.
So maybe this is actually the point why rook f5 is even stronger than rook f4.
Andrey reaching, stopping.
And Andrey doesn't have much time left, no? Because he's in move 29. He may not even have the time to defend, probably.
4.5 minutes, according to ourselves. G6, queen g5. I'm really struggling. I'm looking at a desperado kind of move of king f7, but frankly, I don't believe it. Oof. What else possibility is there?
Well, I guess it's over. My intuition says it's over.
Mine does as well. I think it's just an overwhelming force.
And this is very difficult also, like, despite on top of it that the time will not help Andrey here.
Mm-hmm.
And
Exactly.
by logical point of view, weak king, bad coordination. I mean, the coordination looks good, but it's bad because it's shaky. All the
Yes.
pieces are unprotected, which is not a good stability in general.
Exactly. I'm just just throwing it out, but I see this rook takes e5 issue. I don't have any time to play such moves as takes on e3, and this just looks like I'm going to get...
Yes, but why you don't have time to take on e3? Concretely, is this mate somewhere?
Yes, oops.
Like
G6.
g6, queen g5, taking on e3.
Yes.
Rook takes e5.
Threatening mate.
And king h7 here?
Yes, that was so kind of
Yeah,
transposed to the
close,
same
yes, I mean-
position. But here I have what nice little...
Okay, in the worst case,
In the worst case, I
You
can just take
take,
this
yeah.
pawn. And I wouldn't doubt...
that this is also winning.
that this is also
Hopelessly winning.
Hopelessly winning, yes.
Yeah. Queen f6 and queen f7 now.
Yes.
The bishop on b7 doesn't play.
No. Okay, let me refresh my board.
So maybe we actually even go to the other wild
Donnybrook.
wild party.
Yes.
We had this position after like rook a7, and it was played queen d3.
Yes, it was and basically back here we saw the move rook a7 defending the e7 square in order to make the move queen takes c6 possible. And after rook a7 came queen d3, and more or less he just went for that c6 pawn. And we've caught up to the players. Extra pawn for white, but it doesn't feel it because the white king is still
Not so safe.
right. Exactly. That's exactly right. How would you?
But white should be still better, no?
Yes. The assessment is advantage white, but is it a large advantage? How do you feel? Would you, if I gave you this position and said, Lizzie, what is your expectation for yourself? And you would say, I should win it 5 times out of 10, 2 times out of 10.
Depends on the time I have left on the clock.
You have
18 minutes. And
I award you 18 minutes, and I award your opponent 16.
Yeah, I think I'm quite confident.
That
Like
you
I
should.
play, for example, like bishop a. I mean, okay, bishop a2 is maybe a little bit too confident because he can play rook b2. No, but actually I can still force the exchange always of the rooks because if you have a back rank issue.
There is one small detail. I'll just point out that
Yes.
in case you
I
think
think that yes, I
It's not
thought too much.
it's not 100% that I have to allow the trade. I would just say that because of this amazing bishop actually does.
But still, like it looks
looks
very
very, very
suspicious.
dodgy. Yeah. I would.
maybe yeah.
I would not want to be. Oh well, in that case, why didn't I take a bishop at least? Jeez, yes.
Which bishop?
Well, you only have one.
Well, then because of knight e7 and queen d8 mate, I thought you don't take the bishop.
Ah,
I
thank
mean-
you. Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, that was I was guarding against. Whoops. I was
Yeah.
guarding against the threat.
You actually prevented the only mating idea.
Indeed, I was very clever. Just a second, let me. Oh,
Yes, maybe we are. Well,
Liz, I
Yeah.
do declare it might be time for a break. Look at this. But we can't break because the games are just. We'll wait for the time control to come in these 2 games. Okay, he found something. Did he?
rook f5,
Rook
g6,
Queen
queen
g5.
g5, e3 take.
We got this far. I was looking at king h7. He played king f7. And okay, I mean it's a desperate attempt, of course, we understand, but he has to do something. Resigns.
How about I take on d5 now? Or you play
You
e2?
Yeah, you will leave the e pawn alive. You mean?
Yes, maybe it's
I'd
a bit too convincing. Tiny
I'd
bit.
be a little bit panicked about the e2 pawn. Okay, king f7. Good move. Very, very good move. Say it if you have a suggestion. Just
I'm just thinking, like, if we go for rook e7,
rook e3 will meet bishop c5. Yes.
well, it's probably like not a huge change, but I thought like that rook e7 is easier to calculate
Okay.
because you have to play rook e7,
Bishop
Yeah.
e7.
bishop e7, you take. He has to play rook e8.
Yes.
Let's say I could give a check on f4 first to be precise. You have to take. I take on e3. You go.
Just for our audience, oops. Of course, if you, just for our audience, if you were to try to capture this bishop, you will be unhappy to realize the pawn on e2 is still alive, which is why we captured. Sorry,
Yes.
Lizzie. Yes.
And claim that this position is technically winning.
And it's a claim I would support, by the way. I've had a lot of experience with queen, rook and bishop versus queen, both with the queen and with the rook and bishop. And this is definitely winning for white. Let me just refresh my board. He did take on e3.
Yeah, this is an option, of course.
Because king
f1.
well, king f1 will walk into bishop a6 check, right?
Yes, I can play b4 here.
Yes, that was the move I wanted to play that before, as we were suggesting this whole line. And again, we're looking at queen e7 check.
And here the difference is like that now, of course, after king takes f6,
Yes.
you have some coordination issues with queen c7 in some good way. For example, queen c3 check could be annoying.
Queen
c3
check. Could
Yeah.
be annoying.
Because you cannot go to the 7th rank.
Yeah, you'd like to...
You have to go like king e6 likely.
Yes.
And now I go queen c7.
Okay.
Then bishop...
I have to defend.
Okay, maybe it's not that easy. Okay, we have other moves.
Not that
No,
easy.
take.
What you said? You have queen g7. That's nasty.
Yes,
Because that hits everybody. That hits the rook.
yes.
It hits the bishop. But more importantly,
You get
we
one
lose
pawn.
the pawn.
Yes, king
then
e7 and then h4.
This guy is no competition against
I go
these
just
two.
h4, h5, h6 and I win easily.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Yeah.
That is
Stuff. This is the solution. So we
Yes.
found it.
He did play b4.
Yes. I thought like this was a game already b4 and then they captured on e3.
And bishop c8. He didn't capture the pawn on f6, so the pawn on f6 is actually still alive.
Because he understood that he would lose the g6 pawn, which is technically likely easier for...
For white. Yeah.
But if I go give a check and take on a7, can you stop me to take on b6?
I better be able.
You have rook
Because-
e6.
But now it's kind of a bit of a harvest, isn't it? We can take this one too.
Yeah. I have bishop. The bishop a6 doesn't work. Where are you good with the bishop, actually?
Yes, exactly. I suddenly realized the same thing that you did, that bishop to d7 will be met by queen to d8.
Rook
and
e7. Yes, you can even choose here. This is probably indifferent how you do it. It's just winning.
yes, exactly. Queen to c3, bishop to c8 on the board. Queen c7 check is nice. I like the Luftlook.
This what he did?
The Luftlook?
Loch.
Loch.
It's a ch. You should know it from the Dutch.
Yeah, I'll drag my across the board. I like the move h3 a lot because in anticipation of bishop f5, I'll get to go g4 and g5 and
Yeah.
maintain my passer on f6. If I can go h3, g4, g5, of course, that is the most easy of all.
No,
And
I
queen
guess
c7 is not
yes.
running away.
No, this is not running away. I think actually like this game is objectively without chances.
Okay, and we'll jump back to the game between Gukesh and Prague.
Yes.
When
did
we left it.
someone listen to me? Yes, I did some exchange with bishop c2, which is
Bishop
likely
c2?
safer, yeah.
And then came queen g5. There was a trade of rooks. We're not quite got on our running shoes yet, but maybe if we trade a pair of rooks, well,
I mean, there's queen g1 and queen g4 check, which is
very
slightly
annoying, right?
unpleasant. I can play queen h3.
As a start,
Yes, to give some.
I'm not sure I'm happy about this, but
Why? What are you doing?
I'm not sure.
You have to move the bishop, I think. You don't have time for some checks.
Queen g1 check, king e2,
and you
there's
don't have no checks, no follow-up.
When there's no checks. Okay, so
You have to move the bishop to e5, probably.
yes,
Unless I have f4, but I don't think.
just in case.
But then I have e5. No?
Yes, you do. Of course, you do. You do have e5.
And then I don't want to allow this pawn going towards,
No,
going too far.
I definitely don't want to allow that. So bishop e5. I apologize. I mean, it's funny how your rook happens to just be on the e1 square, and you get to play e5 with the gain of tempo. You know, that's what we used to say about Vladimir Kramnik, was that when
But now I have f6.
when he was white, he often reached these positions where he didn't know what to do. Full stop. And he would play the move rook e1, because rook e1 was always useful, you know, like 100%. So the rook proved its net worth. And you're threatening queen c8 check, yes?
You have to go rook b8, no?
Okay,
Probably.
okay.
Even so, like, what is interesting is, like, maybe you can just take on f6, and after queen c8 check, king g7, queen b7, you have queen g2, queen f3, stories.
Stories. Okay,
Yes.
let's see those stories.
If I'm cheeky and I just take on f6.
So f6,
You
want to
take.
be cheeky,
Yes, I give a check.
yes?
You go king g7, queen
Yes.
b7. As I first have to take on b7.
Oh, excuse me, yes.
Queen
Correct.
g2,
Yes.
king e2, queen f3.
No, you can't
King-
really...
No,
Run?
I can.
You can run? Oh,
I
good
have
for you.
knight e3. I mean, I will lose on the way some material. Rook e2. King d3.
And
There's
then-
also knight f3 check, by the way.
In which
And
one?
s-
In which
well,
moment?
don't move it down.
Yeah,
In
yeah, I think
here.
that- okay,
Here.
right?
So check this. Like king d2, bishop f4, knight e3, queen
queen
f2, this, and now this move.
Very good. So the idea is king d3, we have knight e5 check.
Here in king d4, it's not over yet, but then you can take on e2 in the worst case.
And the rook is hanging, yes.
And here we have a fantastic way of finding a draw.
No.
No?
How?
King d3.
A fantastic way of finding a draw. Wow.
And maybe knight e5 and bishop takes e3, and maybe we lose actually. Okay,
That's-
fine.
Hey, let me show you. Nice, nice. Okay, so it goes to show that black is not without possibilities at all. I mean, he's kicking.
Maybe queen h3 is not clever.
I kind of liked it the moment
But
you put it on the board.
Bishop e5 is... Maybe I have to play something more precisely.
Dynamic.
Dynamic I don't see.
Dynamic. You don't-
Because I have a very bad bishop on c2, which is for me a little bit annoying.
Yes, you really need it on a b5 or a2. I don't know. Yes, I agree with you that the dynamic of the bishop is to... But somehow I like this. I want to exploit the fact that this queen and this knight are kind of tethered together, and therefore not maybe ideal. Is it permitted?
No, as long as it's not illegal, I guess it's permitted.
And if you tempt me
Yeah.
with a run,
You learn too much from Nigel against Timman, right?
No, but everybody remembers that game.
But there
But-
were thousands other games, right?
But they forget the game of Nigel Short and Alexander Belyavsky. So in that game, Belyavsky was really in great trouble and was holding, and Nigel thought that all he needed to do was move his king up the board, and that would be the straw that breaks Belyavsky's position. So he moved his king right up the board, and Belyavsky checked his king, and Nigel had walked into mate. so yeah, that was not the ideal king march.
Actually, I think we had
Please.
some moves here, no?
Please refresh.
What was a refreshing button?
Yeah, the arrow. Yes.
No, we didn't have. It's
No
room
moves?
to move. No, it's white to move. No, it
Gukesh
can't
is on
be.
the board.
No, no.
thinking, yeah. No. Okay, that's an updated board for sure. That's the game of Andrey.
E5. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Rook b7, e5. You see, prophylactically against bishop e5,
Got you.
using the move.
And preparing the dynamic queen h3, but stopping the bishop from blockading.
But now the main question comes: what about queen g1 and queen g4?
That is the main question. So first of all, let me take the arrow away. Queen g4 check. Where are we going? We're definitely not going to d2 in this case because knight f3 will be lights out.
Knight f3 is annoying.
Clear. So it means that we actually f3 and or king f1 are our only choices.
No, I mean f3 if you want to play on, otherwise you can sign the draw immediately.
Well, are you obligated to take the draw? I mean, you can play knight f3. Or knight e7 check is actually the threat. I apologize. Knight
Yes,
e7
we
and
keep
queen-
on forgetting that.
that there is a checkmating threat.
So
for
the only
position.
way actually is
Yes.
f3.
Okay.
And now if I give a check on g2, right?
Yes,
it's
that's the
only
question. That looks like a great move, by the way.
and now king d1.
Okay. And again, you are threatening knight e7 and queen d8 mate. So
And
I
this
don't have time
is
to capture things. Or do I?
what do you want to capture?
I want to capture your pawns, baby.
Eh,
I'm so simple.
okay, let me quickly calculate the ending.
Quickly. Quickly calculate.
Actually, like after king c1, which is the only move where you can fight for advantage, objectively, bishop f4 is coming.
Exactly. I'd be a
No,
little
maybe
bit
actually
worried.
it's a kind of a draw offer.
Uh-huh.
I mean, draw offer in a sophisticated way.
Yes. Yes. There we have a very nice view of Gukesh at the board. And you know his mind is just going at a 1,000 RPM, revolutions per minute. Prague as well. Boy, they are intense. You can just feel the intensity of what's going on at this board. And the times of the players are getting serious as well. We do have 8 minutes versus, well, 7 minutes 50 seconds. And again, there will be no increment in this, the very first time control.
And
And the game of Andrey is over, and
Yes.
I do believe we have a result in the favor of Nodirbek. Yes, he's got his
Yes.
pawn on g5. That makes it very simple.
Yeah.
And that, indeed, fantastic game. A fantastic game by Nodirbek. I really would love him to join our commentary because he, he made the brilliancy. Ooh, we do have something very, very different from
what we expect.
expected.
So
First of all,
there was a draw possibility
we
for
expected queen g1
Yes.
and queen g2, queen
Yes.
g4.
And this
That
was a
did not
forced.
happen.
This did not happen. So rook b2.
Prague said, why should I be trying to force a draw? Rook b2, I have advantage. You don't have knight e7 check and queen d8 mate after all.
You will be surprised.
And you'd be surprised. Knight e7 check, you have to take because queen d8 would be mate. f6, and who calculated better? Obviously, we cannot take the pawn. That's instantly death. That's checkmate, in fact. Just on the spot.
So did actually
Prague
blunder? I mean, he could have made a draw, and instead he just lost the game.
Well, we're seeing a little bit of the shaking of the head, which is the usual indication of, oh dear, what did I do?
Yes, but this is over. But this is,
He just missed the power of f6.
I mean, on the one hand, like I would, really say it's super brave to risk in a position where you're pawn down.
Yes.
And where you had always been, I mean, at least in the last couple of moves, it seemed like that white
On
was
the back
overwhelming.
foot, yes.
Then you have a draw offer.
With this move queen g1 and queen g4,
Yes.
you more or less take it with both hands.
I would take it.
Not let your opponent leave without signing the score sheets, right? Uh-oh, and I think he has resigned. He has blundered, and Gukesh jumped on his opportunity.
I was the best predictor of the world.
That is just amazing. The two victories of this round were predicted by Lizzie at the start. I will be the first to congratulate her. That was remarkable. And a very painful finish for Prague. You can see at the end there, he was just beside himself. I mean, because he had set himself up for this position. And he understood, of course, that there was always this knight e7 and queen d8 mate. So he thought that he had time to play rook b8 because he had the knight e7 and queen d8 mate covered. The only thing he forgot about, and it was pretty important, was the battery of the bishop and the queen, and the double attack of queen takes h7 and queen h8 mate, as well as the attack against the queen, caused him to resign.
That's super
painful.
tough. Yeah.
Wow. But once again, another very, very eventful round where 40% of the games, or 2 out of 5,
and I have some news. Nodirbek is coming.
Hey. Well, in this particular case,
I will
maybe,
take it.
yeah, I was thinking, yesterday I had a pleasure of saying to Levon, teach us chess, and now you'll have the pleasure of
to get a lesson for free.
Yes, exactly so. Wow. Lizzie, it's been great today, and again, just to tell our audience, you have obligations. Unfortunately, that's going to take you away for the weekend, but you promised to return.
Yes, I will return with pleasure.
Okay.
Sooner than you think.
Very good. Very good. So we are going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with Lizzie interviewing one of our tournament winners. All right. See you on the other side.
You just gave it. Hello and welcome back to the WR Masters, and I'm very happy that we have one of our winners of today, Nodirbek. Congratulations on
Thank
a
you.
great win against Andrey Esipenko, and I thought like we should start in the moment of the truth, and this moment arose after knight g3. So my question is, were you still in preparation in this particular moment?
Yes. Okay. After the game, Andrey told me that he mixed up the move orders and he should have played rook c8 instead of knight e4. There's a one line here, like after rook c8, bishop e1, and now knight e4. And here is a very important line, which were played many games, and here, okay,
And we are back there, yeah.
here c4 is very important. So yeah, and very interesting position arise after that. But engine says it's equal. So yeah, he basically said that he couldn't remember the correct move order, and after knight e2, knight e4, I knew that there is a bishop e4 is an option for white, but I thought his idea is something like this. So yeah, I just wanted to play this alternative line, which is knight g3. I think it's a very interesting line. Yeah, and he thought for a long time, and he took on d2, which is, I think, is a mistake, but it's very
Difficult.
difficult, yeah, to see all the details after knight e2. Yeah. Yeah. Here, okay, if I take queen d2, I think nothing is
Is happening.
particularly happening. So yeah, bishop h7 is very logical. King h7, queen h5, it's all forced. Okay, and if he plays here king h7, then I saw like queen g6, king g8, and knight f5.
And you have knight h6 and knight
yeah,
f7
like
mating threat.
Yeah, knight f5, f e5, and knight h6 and knight f7 is a very strong threat. So I think this is already winning for white.
So instead, actually, I had a very interesting moment in the game, especially after the move f5. So we go on.
Yeah, here it's quite forced, and here I played f5.
Five,
But I'm not
yes.
sure about this move.
My question is, like, he took on f1, which is one option, but what about rook d6, actually? Maybe first taking on f1 or rook d6, I'm not sure, but in general, rook d6.
After taking on f1, you can't go rook d6 because just rook f3 and rook is coming to h3 and just mate on the h file. So this was my plan. So you can play rook d6 immediately instead of knight f1 because your knight is covering the f3 square, but I have rook f4.
Four.
And yeah, during the game I saw this queen g5, and here I had many good moves. So I thought here I would decide how to play. But from afar I thought that I have at least I have knight f8, rook f8, and queen f8. I have strong attack, and I have also.
You're not so low on material
Yeah, of
anymore,
course.
and your practical chances are huge. So
Yeah.
yes, your compensation is great.
Yeah, so yeah, knight f1 is, I think, is good move. So I have to take rook f1, and here I think he played queen g5, but I think practically his better chance is queen e8. After the game, we a little analyzed this. So yeah, so queen e8 I think is more gives more resistance. I think here. Okay, he was worried about this knight f8, queen f8, fe6, queen f7, rook f7, about this endgame, which is fair, but I think after bishop a6 he might still have a good practical chance to hold this.
Yes, because it's not like you don't have anything concrete. I mean, you have some plans, but it's
Yeah.
not like that you have
Yeah.
a concrete win here,
Concrete,
actually.
yeah. So yeah, maybe this was his better chance. So after queen g5, yeah, queen e6 is very important and very strong, I think.
Because we only calculated f takes e6, actually. That's what we were calculating.
Yeah,
And then after queen takes g6,
yes.
we calculated knight f6,
f6
king
and
h8, queen king h6, sorry, and
yeah.
queen takes
Queen
b7,
takes b7,
rook b8, queen c6, and she
and
takes
gf.
f6. And it also felt to us like that it's somehow
Yeah, it's
very close
unclear.
to be winning.
Yeah, it might be, but it's
There's nothing concrete.
yeah,
yes.
it's nothing concrete, and I couldn't find any direct win here. So yeah, here, yeah, queen e6 is very strong because
You have this rook f3
yeah,
idea?
and I have this rook f3, and queen will fall, so I will have a queen and knight.
Yes, and he has a very bad
And
coordination.
yeah.
Actually, a curiosity, I mean, you must have calculated this, and after your calculation, I mean, you must have calculated a couple of moves earlier, right? After c takes c4, in your calculation process, did you see immediately queen f7? Because it's not like the most obvious Zwischenzug, actually.
Yeah, actually, I want to play queen f7 directly, but somehow I was worried about queen e2. And I was not sure about this, like f6, queen e3, yeah, king h1, queen h6.
Whether this is enough for
Yeah,
winning,
but yeah. So after c takes d4, yeah, I just played queen f7 because now he don't have any moves with queen, so. Yeah,
this is over,
yeah,
yes.
I think this is a very precise move, queen f7, and after bishop d6, knight f8, and rook f8, queen h5, king g8, and f6 is the last precise move, and
which is needed,
yeah,
and the rest was kind of, let's say, clear to us. Okay, we checked actually after knight e5, we checked all moves, like we had rook f5, rook f4, rook g3, and rook h3.
Yeah.
Eventually, we were a little bit stuck because we thought like queen h6 is a move, and then we didn't find a continuation
after rook f7.
After rook f7,
yeah.
and then we understood when you played rook f5 that we have the move queen g5.
Queen g5. Yeah, it's quite move. It can be
but
missed.
rook f4, we also didn't find a good answer for your opponent. I mean, of course, rook f5 makes more sense, but even the move rook f4, we couldn't find anything.
Yeah, I think I saw d3 here.
And I wanted to take on g7.
Yeah, king g7.
And you have knight g6 still to come. Okay, this makes a difference because
I couldn't. I didn't see any direct win here.
Yes, you're right, actually. So this is maybe the way to go and to save the game.
Yeah.
And when you took on e6 once again, like you basically saw the idea of rook f3, but you didn't work out all the positions, right? In the moment you took on e6 with the queen, I mean.
Yeah, I saw general plans like rook f3 and rook h3, but you
didn't work out the position. Okay, so basically I just was curious whether you calculated it carefully or whether you trusted your dynamic intuition in this particular moment.
Probably both, because yeah, I have to take some material, obviously. So my thinking process was here after queen g5, I thought my knight on g6 is very strong and it creates a mating net, so I have to keep this knight, and I looked for moves, and queen e6 seemed like the most
natural one, because e3 is protected and your queen is still active and you have the rook string to go. Actually, about yesterday's game, we were a little bit puzzled because, okay, the moment your opponent played b3, did you actually see knight takes f6 and queen d5? And then that the pawn on c5 would be gone in the early stage of the opening?
Honestly, I mixed up the move orders, so yeah, he could basically he had the winning position after bishop e7, knight f6, but he didn't. He trusts to my
Your
to my play,
preparation.
yes. Probably.
Okay, so
So
basically you were lucky, and you were
Yes.
probably like also expecting e3 as an answer by him, or
Mhm.
this was just
Yeah,
gambling what he may play.
Yeah, e3 is generally the main move because this is Engine's first move.
Suggestion.
First
Yeah.
suggestion, so yeah, I wasn't so surprised.
And the move order you mixed up, can you tell to the audience what was actually the
Yeah.
mixing or the problem in the preparation?
I think in some variation I saw this bishop e7, but so
It was not in this particular
yeah,
position.
It was not in this position for sure, but in similar type of position I saw bishop e7, so I just quickly played it.
And during the game you saw it, or you didn't see that his opportunities?
I saw it after I just made
Bishop e7.
Making his move. So after bishop e7, I just immediately saw this knight f6 and queen d5.
Yes, and in such moments when this happens to you, I'm just curious how you would behave. Would you stay on the board and like try to be calm? Would you leave the board and have a coffee? I mean, what is your strategy in this moment when you realize you do a mistake?
I mean, it's hard to tell because it was a shocking moment. So, yeah.
Did you leave the board?
No, after bishop e7, I was on the board, but I was very shocked at the moment because I saw this knight f6 and queen d5, and then I was calculating the variations. And somehow it was not obvious for me that it was such a winning because I had lead in development, but engine says
it's very bad. Yeah,
it's really bad. Yeah, so yeah, it's hard to say.
Okay, but anyway, sometimes players need some luck, especially like in such a tournament. It's good to have this kind of luck. And yes, I wish you for the rest of the games, of course, many exciting games like today, because for us it was very nice to see. And yes, best of luck for the remaining games. And yeah, maybe we will see you one day here again with a great victory.
Thank you.
Are we off? No, so I should not dismiss him, or